good. Yeah, I'm sorry. They were gifts. So that's all my Crimblow gifts. Thank you so much. Oh my goodness. Heck.
Hi Bun, hi everyone. Hope you all are doing great.
I'm doing perfect. I hope you are too. Oh my gosh. Merry Crimbs. So I thought today maybe I would do some tier lists. I thought it might be fun to like... No, I can't do lyrics. No. Sorry. Nope. There we go. Dun, 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 dun. Here we go. I thought it might be fun to tier out all the games I've played this year. I already did... Gosh. I did a tier list with Ren of all the games that came out this year. I did an awards show with Liz, which was a ton of fun. And today I'm just going to talk about games that I played. So they're not games that came out this year, but they are games that I played this year. Oh, thank you. I had a lot of fun coming up with categories and stuff, and Liz is a sweetie. The Sonic timeline was too much fun. But yeah, these are games that I just picked up and played this year. Some of them came out this year, some of them did not. Your thoughts on Atomic Heart? Yeah. Is Torrente 3 this year? So I've got a separate list for all the rabbit hole games. Don't you worry about those. Those are over there. There is a Tuesday list, but that'll be after this one. I separated those. Gosh, what have I been playing this year, though?
Yes. The other list.
The other list. Trashterpiece is a perfect word. It's a pretty good one, yeah. It's a pretty good one. I guess, let me start. I can start with a couple things just to gauge how this whole fucking thing goes.
Happy New Year.
Thank you, Gnome. Happy New Year. Thank you for the 31 month. Oh my gosh. So like...
Fun. Are we going to the good Denny's tonight? Or the other Denny's?
We're doing both. We're doing dinner at the good Denny's, and then we're gonna hang out there until like 5 a.m. so we could do breakfast at the other Denny's. I'm gonna get grand slammed in the parking lot. Shut up. Shush. Alright, these are like alphabetical. Rice Muncher, thank you for the follow, my fur and whiskers. I also like to munch a rice.
I was gonna say I like Denny's, but now I may love it.
It's a good starch. Heck. I don't know what Denny's is other than some sort of restaurant. It's what we refer to in the United States as a greasy spoon.
Once again, chat, I just serve these up and Bun just goes wherever with it.
Hi Alicia, how you doing? Denny's has like breakfast food kind of stuff. They've got like coffee and juice, and then they got like pancakes and sausage and eggs and things. And then there's like a dinner menu. They're open like 24/7. Some of them, a lot of them. Green Spider, thank you for 24 months. Oh my gosh, that's like 2 years. God. What are we tier listing? So these are games I played this year. Join this stream? Not, let me think. Not this one. But I do have a charity stream coming up that I'm going to open up to guests. That I think you'll have fun with. I've got a fun idea. I might have guests on, and I might do some more Smasher passing the D&D monster manuals. So that would be fun. And also I'll have things set up for guests then, so. FC next week? It'll probably be like the 19th. Oh, good stuff. I think that's going to be my plan. We'll see. When is Ben's birthday stream? Like May? Gosh. Pathfinder has some wild ones. I'll look into them. So let me see. I think one of the games I played the most of this year was... I'm just going to go alphabetically unless I see something I really want to talk about. Because Armored Core 6 is on this list. I don't think this is alphabetical. I think these are just the A's. That's fine. Armored Core 6 is an S tier game for me. I fucking love this one. I spent so much time with it. It was one of my absolute favorites. I fucking love it so much. Oh my gosh. I really like the Armored Core games, and I really like the Souls games, and it's one of my favorites of both series.
Bun might smash me, but more like in the wasn't aware where they were walking kind of
I'm
way.
sorry. I already apologized for that. But yeah, Armored Core 6 is one of the first Armored Core games where I've remembered the names of all of the characters. And it's one of the only Souls games that I care about all of them. Like I love Rusty. I really like Michigan. I totally dig Iguazu, the asshole. Fuck Snail though. Yeah, but like that's great. Snail's amazing. Fuck that guy. Hate him. Love him. Blem. 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 Love to hate him. There is so many little tiny details in this game that didn't really need to be there, and I love that. There are unique voice lines if you go into the gimmick fight without the gimmick weapon. And then if you beat it, there's additional dialogue. There's dialogue for if you skip the tutorial until New Game +2. There's a unique voice line if you clear the escape mission, which you should probably not have the ammo to do. Game's great. It's super fun. It's one of my favorites. I have talked to people who didn't like it as much as I've talked to Armored Core fans who didn't like it as much because it's not as fast as 4 is, but it is very fast. And there are fights in this game that do not function like Armored Core fights. There are some that are big, giant, like Dark Souls bosses. There are some that are, like incredibly fast, Bloodborne-y type bosses. And they are totally unique. But God, I'm gonna think about that ice worm fight for the rest of my life. Just Rusty over the comms going. All safety valves open. Limiters released. 125. I don't miss. Like, oh my God. That's gonna live with me forever now. So yeah, I think for me that game was an S tier. I understand people not getting into it. But oh my gosh. There are some big lumbering set piece bosses in Armored Core 2. Not quite the same as this one. It's every shot against a moving target. I know, it's amazing. It's ridiculous. Atomic Heart, I'm gonna put in C. This game's fine. It's fine. It's acceptable. I was really excited for how weird this game looked. Like really excited. And it was just kind of BioShock. Unfortunately. It was just kind of BioShock. It wasn't like... I expected it to either be interesting and jank and terrible, or I expected it to be like the best game that nobody's ever heard of. And it actually wound up being like just having kind of boring writing and a totally reasonable gameplay. Is it worth the space it takes? I mean, yeah, like it's worth playing. The shooting feels good. I like all the weapons. The enemies are kind of cool. Like it's worth a playthrough if you just like want to spend some time in it, and that's fine. But like, yeah, it's weird that it leans so hard into being a Fallout in a Soviet future and then having nothing to say about the USSR or communism or any of that. It has nothing to say about any of it. It's very weird. And I would have been upset if it was like, oh, the robot uprising happens because communism is bad. But it doesn't say that. But it's just completely unrelated. It's very weird. It's incredibly weird. And yeah, the main character is fucking insufferable. The game knows it a little bit, but doesn't, like... doesn't make any use of it. It's really annoying. I did like it enough to play through it twice. Just so I could try to platinum it. And I almost did. But it doesn't count some of the weapons for the trophy. Like, the trophies were bugged, so meh. It's Its only commentary is communists can't do car design. Yeah, well, I mean, with, you know, enough public transportation.
Hello Kitty Island Adventure is an obvious S tier.
I didn't play that one this year, actually. But thank you, Tozu. Thank you for the 13 month. AAA Eurojank in spirit? Interesting. Huh. I don't mind them saying the USSR was bad because, like, yeah, the USSR was not great. I'm fine with a Russian studio having some insight into the failings of the Soviet Union. That sounds like an interesting game. It should be, but it has nothing to say about communism or the USSR, positive or negative, which is so weird. It's so weird. It just has no commentary to make. Making it just a bizarre game. It was just world building? Yeah, it's just the world that the game takes place in is if communism won over capitalism. But also then it doesn't make any commentary on that. It's just like, yeah, that's just the world it takes place in. There you go. Where's Fortnite? I didn't play Fortnite. This is just games I played. Anyway, another game I played was Amnesia: The Bunker. Glad Armored Core 6 is a fun game to you. I loved it so much, yeah. Oh my god. I think I'm gonna put Amnesia: The Bunker slightly above Atomic Heart. I'm gonna be honest. I think this game kind of proved to me that, like, Amnesia was decent. Yeah, it's decent. It's good. It's fine. It's good. It's worth a playthrough. C tier is not a bad thing. It just means it's good.
I'd go a communist world. Anyway, I'm Rod Serling, but the Twilight Zone generally had a lot more to say about its bullshit.
Yes. Yeah. His mother is very proud, though. Tommy Tallarico, he made the oof sound for Roblox. Did you know? You know, he was the first American. So Amnesia: The Bunker. This game is all right. It's pretty good. It kind of proved to me, though, that I just don't vibe with the Amnesia games very much. As much as I'm into horror games, I've expressed this a little bit before, but, like, the Amnesia games try to replicate the sensation of being in your basement and it's dark and the light switch is on the opposite side of the room from the door. So when you turn out the lights to leave the basement, you have to turn out the lights and then walk across the pitch black basement to get to the door. And halfway out, you suddenly get this thought in the back of your head that goes, there's something right behind you. There's something right behind you. It's about to grab you. It's about to get you. And you go, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God, oh God. And you just speed up a little bit to the door and then turn around. And of course there's nothing there. But, like, Amnesia tries to, like, recreate that sensation and then keep it going for hours. And I just don't like that very much, I think. I just can't handle that level of anxiety for that long. I don't like it. Horror edging, yeah. See, I just don't think I dig it. Amnesia: The Bunker is pretty cool, but it's also like it's a really good horror game, but there's also a little bit too much resource management and stuff for me. like having to collect gasoline and then fuel up a generator in order to turn on the lights, and then having a time limit that you're under before the lights go off, and then you just get eaten by a grue. It was a bit much for me. It does, Jahu. I didn't think Armored Core 6 was very good, and I only have correct positions. Like I said, that's not a game for everybody, but I really liked it. It's probably my favorite Armored Core game at this point. Do I have any like F tier games to throw on here? I do. Okay. I'm just trying to like fill out my top, middle, and bottom so that we've got a little bit of a yeah, I think Gollum's going okay, right down here. Now Gollum's on here on accident. It's supposed to be on the other list, but it's also on here. But you know why it's here. This thing barely runs on my computer. I was able to stream it for like 10 minutes. I did a bunch of testing offline and got to like the 3rd level or whatever. And let me tell you, it doesn't get better. It's so bad. Hey Girkman, how's it going? So here's a weird thing.
Bun do be focusing a lot on the top and not in the bottom.
Oh my god. There is... This game is the final game for Daedalic. They did so many games I liked. What else did they work on? I heard they did like point and click stuff. The next game you played told you to not play it anymore. Yep. Yeah, it did. Chances are I might do that next. I might do that soon. Interesting. I'll have to check those out. So here's a weird thing is there was... Hang on a sec. Let me check something. Okay, so there was a Hobbit game for the PS2. This one? This game? Okay. So this game right here was also... Don't look at my porn tabs. Stop it. So. So this was an official game, by which they mean based on the book The Hobbit, but trying to capitalize on the release of the movies The Lord of the Rings. I think this came out before Return of the... let me see. Probably after Two Towers? Before Return of the King? I think. So this is a weird little game, because they were like, we can't make it look like the movies. We have the rights to the books.
This just says the Hobbit.
Exactly. The Hobbit. And I think that's a similar thing to what happened with Lord of the Rings Gollum, where it was just like, oh, we got the rights to the Lord of the Rings books, but it can't look like the movie, because otherwise we'll get sued, because the IP for the movie is a different thing. But, the thing is, that PS2 Hobbit game is better. It's not great, but it's better. It feels better to walk around in and platform. This one feels real bad. The studio did not decide on making Gollum, it was someone else. I'm sure, yes. Yeah, I'm not surprised. It's a shameless cash grab.
No, it's a hobo and a rabbit, but they're making a Hobbit.
Oh my gosh. The thing is, I don't blame the developers for this. I 100% blame the publishers. Fuck them. Terrible. Fucking cash grabs. Make it look like the animated one? Oh, that would be rad. That's what they should do. Like some fucking Rankin Bass or, like the Hobbit game. Usually it's the financial arm, not the actual devs that make games bad. 100%, yeah. Damn. This is why we shouldn't let CEOs be in charge of companies. Alright, so I played Alan Wake 2, and it's one of the best games I maybe have ever played. This is going in my top 10 of all time.
Where there's a web intensifies.
I can understand people not liking this one, but it has convinced me that Sam Lake is a finished Hideo Kojima. It has made me like the first game so much more, and now I think Alan Wake 2 may rival Metal Gear Solid 2 with how much it has to say. I'm probably going to be talking and thinking about this game for the rest of my life. It's stupendous. I, again, don't think it's for everyone. It's pretty weird. The story is told non-linearly and in a really confusing manner. I love thinking about it so much. Gameplay wise, it's a huge step up from even Control. I did see the new Game Plus stuff.
I thought you said Sam Lake was a finished Hideo Kojima.
Gosh. Thank you for 20 months. Oh my goodness. Ah. Release Alan Wake 2 on physical? Is it not? Did it not release physically? Well, that's weird. Super not? Weird. Huh. It's an Epic exclusive? Oh, I just bought it on PlayStation. I wasn't aware they were making physical PC games. Do they do that anymore? Huh. So, yeah. Oh my gosh. When is Control 2 coming out? I get that. I get that. Huh. Anyway, this one of my favorite games ever. I think Armored Core 6 is going to be my game of the year, but this is going in my top 10 of like just all time. I love it so much. I'm gonna need to stream it. That's what I'm gonna need to do. That's the long and short of it. Is I'm gonna need to stream it so I can just talk about why I like it. Control has a I would say a stronger narrative, but less to say than Alan Wake does. Does that make sense? Like, I really liked Control, and I thought the universe was cool, but I also stopped thinking about it as soon as I turned the game off. Whereas with Alan Wake 2, I am rethinking my understanding of the creation of art. Which I value more in a video game, I guess. I guess that's what I'm getting at. So I think that Alan Wake is better than Control for me for that reason. Whereas I really like Control's universe, and like I want more of that. But like, oh my god. Doesn't want to be remembered, which is a narrative idea. That's a neat one, yeah. That's a neat one. I think it'll be cool if Control 2 has you playing as Jesse, but you're going like around the country or around the world looking for objects of power. Like if there's just a bunch of different like altered items and you're traveling around looking for them. Instead of just having another game where the Hiss are the bad guys and you're in the bureau again. I don't want to do that. I don't want any more Hiss, and I don't want the bureau like building to be the only location, if that makes sense. Are we spoiling Control? Okay, I won't say anything else then. So another game that I picked up this year was Destiny 2. Now, there's a reason this is on the list, and it's mostly because I wanted to talk about it. But it's not my first time playing it. So, here's the thing. I just want to explain my experience with Destiny 2. I picked Destiny 2 up the day it launched. Like, I played the beta, and then I got a physical disc and just played through the base game. And let me tell you, it was pretty good. I remember enjoying it quite a bit. And I even did the first raid. Like, me and my friends did the whole... What's the first raid called? There's like a big purple guy. And he's on his ship and it's filled with gold. Leviathan? I think that's the one. There's a big purple rich guy. Yeah. Callus, that sounds right. So yeah, I did that. Really enjoyed that. And then I put the game down for a couple of years. And I didn't touch it again until this year. When I was like, oh, you know what? How's Destiny 2 going? What is Destiny 2 like now? And let me tell you, So, because I played the base game, which you can't play anymore, that's all not content that exists anymore in there, is it? Chai, oh my goodness, I missed you. So, because I played the base game, there is now no longer tutorials. There's no tutorials left in the game, because I played the initial launch, but none of my knowledge for how the game used to work applies anymore. There's a new tutorial? That's good. I can't access it. Because my save file is, I played the base game, right? So they're like, you already made it through the tutorial. So now I have no idea what to do. None of my gear works. Because it's all from before they totally changed the gear system. So none of that is right. None of that has like slots or anything. Like it's weird. It feels broken. All of the gear feels broken. Yeah, there's no fucking onboarding. And then I don't know where to go. I don't know what to do. Because there's a bunch of missions that are like free, and there's also missions that are part of expansions. But also I don't know how to tell which mission is the start of an expansion storyline or not. And then I don't know which ones are the free missions. Like, I know people who have been playing this the whole time also have complaints about it, but for me, it was just entirely fucking inscrutable, because of the way that I played it when it came out and then did not touch it. Yeah, the onboarding and re-onboarding are awful. I feel like the only way to figure out how to play this game is to have people who know how to play this game explain it to you. That doesn't seem sustainable. There are a bunch of like video games that are like, oh, we want to do a live service model so that we can be like Destiny and Destiny 2. But the thing is, these games aren't successful. Like, I can't imagine Destiny 2 making all that much money. Are you kidding? For the amount of work they put into it?
Booting up TF2 and running around Two-Foot in funny hats?
I do. Yeah. It's impossible to get into this game, I think, unless you have people already into this game. So I'm gonna put this in D tier for me. Because I just couldn't even play it. I just couldn't even. It's weird. Yeah, and the Bungie layoffs, Jesus Christ. Also, how are you doing, Chai? I didn't mean to ignore your messages. See ya. I hope you enjoy Armored Core 6. I really liked it. When it opened up, I shut down for the night. I opened it up the next day and didn't know where to go and uninstalled. Yeah, for real. For real. Yes. Yeah. Yeah. They need to, like... You know how Final Fantasy XIV marks important quest with the big fire icon? They're like, hey, this is a main story quest. And then, hey, this is a quest with a little plus sign next to it. That means it unlocks new stuff. Why not do that? Please. Why didn't you? It can't be sustainable. It just can't. I cannot imagine trying to get into something like Smite today. Oh god. Death Rider the Wolf, thank you for the follow, my fur and whiskers. How are you? So, what else did I play this year? I played the Dead Space remake. It goes in A. This is a really good game. The original is also still good. What an unnecessary game. This didn't need to exist. Like, I'm glad it does. It's good. It's good. But like, I don't know. The original's still great. Should not exist. I like you. I feel like there are better uses of team's time. Be my top priority. Aww. Goodness. Good morning. Low tier artist, thank you for the follow, my fur and whiskers. VSync is set to 30 FPS? Oh, yeah, true. True. Yeah. The remix is good, though. They added some New Game Plus stuff, including, like, an alt ending. They rebalanced all the weapons and changed all their alt fires to stuff that are actually useful, which is cool. Because in the original, like, if you're using the pulse rifle, never use the pulse rifle. The alt fire on that is the most inscrutable. Like, Isaac takes a knee and holds the pulse rifle in the air, and then it shoots bullets in every direction like a sprinkler and just wastes a bunch of ammo. Why would they make a military weapon that does that? Why would anyone make that? Why would they design it like that? That is just a recipe for friendly fire. It's so silly. So in this one, they changed it to an alt grenade fire, which is good and useful, actually. It's very cool. Death Blossom, a weapon of last resort. I'm sure the CIA had worse projects. You know, fair. They are running around making markers and shit, so I guess. Anyway, the Dead Space remaster is quite good. I don't have a lot of complaints about it, actually. I like the new Zero-G stuff. I like the additions to the environment. I even really like the narrative changes. They made some of the characters so much more likable, which is great for when they betray you later. It's actually a surprise and not, oh my god, I hated this person the whole time. So that's good. And they made it fit into Dead Space 2 a little bit more, which is cool. Oh, and that's, yeah, that's a really good point, Phoenix. Instead of having a character be like, oh, you're not going to be able to turn this system on until you do A, B, and C. It's Isaac who goes, it looks like this is broken. I can fix it, but I'm going to need A, B, and C. And they're like, sounds good. Let me know when you got it done. And it's like, oh, cool. Actually, like, cool. That's a great change. Very good. Yeah, what a good game. What a good game. Correct, Raptor. Yeah. I don't like silent protagonists in the majority of games. Few exceptions, most are Nintendo games. I can understand that, yeah. The weird thing is, I like silent protagonists the best when you have dialogue choices with text in them, like in Fallout. But I do think the voice acting in Cyberpunk is just fine. I think it's just fine, totally acceptable. Very weird. I don't know. What is the cognitive dissonance I have going on there? I don't know. Mass Effect Protag? Oh, I think Mass Effect Protag is pretty good. FemV is pretty good. Mask V is not so much. Yeah, I can't play with Mask V very often. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. The thing is, like, I don't need a voiced character when I have text options to choose because I've already read it in my head, which fills in the gaps of the voice acting, right? Like, I've already looked at the text options and read them in my mind. Therefore, I don't need to hear them. I'm good. So one thing I've been doing this week is playing the Demon's Souls remaster. So when I first picked up Demon's Souls, it was like the day it came out. Or like a day after, maybe? It was like a couple days after, I think. And I was like, wow, this game is way too hard and bullshit and stupid. And I made it through. I set it down almost immediately. And then I think when Dark Souls 1 came out, I gave it another shot and I got through a couple of bosses and I was like, wow, this game is bullshit and way too hard. And I hate it. And it sucks. And then I played most of the way through Dark Souls. I think I finished Dark Souls 2. And then when Bloodborne came out, I was like, oh my god, I'm super hyped. Okay. So I played all the way through Bloodborne and I fucking loved it. And then I went back to Demon's Souls and finally finished it. I was like, okay. Now I can power through this whole thing because I learned how to play these games much more fun. I got lost. Yeah, that'll happen. Especially in the, after the armor spider fight and before you fight Flame Lurker. Jesus. Oh. Dark Souls is just so slow. Understandable, yeah. So the remaster, I'm gonna put an 8 tier. I really like it. I didn't get super far into the remaster yet. But this week I've been going back to it. And it's quite good. I think that the original game is a little too stingy when it comes to boss runs. Like shortcuts. Jesus Christ. The run back to a boss is sometimes like another 5 minutes of like a ton of enemies in your way. And oh my god, stuff like Bloodborne or like Neo or Remnant is positively indulgent by comparison. God. But the remaster is so pretty. It's got a bunch of the same physics as the original. I appreciate that. There are a couple things it does differently that I don't like as much. One of which is if you're wearing the Clever Rats ring or the cat ring in the original, there were these fucking JPEGs of a rat or a cat that would show up under your health bar, which were very funny. And they replaced them with much more regular icons, which is a shame. It's a crime that they changed them. They also changed the music, and I don't think it's for the better, to be honest. I don't know the temperament for it, but I do enjoy watching other people play them. Yeah, I find them really relaxing. I just find them very chill. I don't mind dying in a video game, though. A few nitpicks about the Demons remake that are annoying. A little bit, yeah. I just think Bluepoint's a really, really good studio, though. Holy shit. They are so talented. They did this after doing the Shadow of the Colossus remake, and like, oh my god. Kinda love them. Kinda love them. There we go. Let me pull up a little bit of music for you real quick. Let me just pull up a little bit of music for you real quick, because I just wanna do a little comparison real quick here, so I can just illustrate this a little bit. So this is a boss fight in the Demon's Souls remake. It's gonna do this for a while. Hang on a sec. I'm just gonna skip forward. Now that sounds like some Souls music, don't it? Hey, Smebble, how you doing? Like, okay. Like, they got the deep strings and everything, and like, yeah, cool, okay. It's good. It's a Souls song, I guess. So here's what the original sounded like, though. So, like, in terms of fidelity, it might not be as good. But that harpsichord is weird. I love the rhythmic drums, the weird harpsichord riffs. It's got so much more personality, you know what I mean? Oh yeah, and the Tower Knight theme, oh my god. It's so much more interesting. It's not better, it's just, I don't know. I feel like it's got a lot more flavor. And like, the remake makes it a lot more just regular Souls-y, and that's fine. But like, I don't know. It's just not, I just don't like it as much. It's just not as interesting. Wants everything in Demon's Souls to have dignity about it. Everything has a tragic fate. The remake is more, whoa, cool monster. I can understand that, yeah. Did they change Maiden Estrella? The music, yeah. Hmm. Wailing electric guitar or tripped out synth or something different. I know what you mean, yeah. It feels to me like the difference between the soundtracks for Pathologic and Pathologic 2. Like, sure, Pathologic 2's soundtrack is better in terms of fidelity, but it's much less interesting. So yeah, that's my complaints about Dark Souls, the remake. Otherwise, I quite like it. It's pretty good. I don't like it as much as the Dead Space remake, but it's quite good and one of my favorite games in the Souls series. I played Far Cry 6. That game's going down here. At least I could play it. So it's a little bit above Destiny here, but gosh, what do I even say about this thing? Ubisoft quality, basically, yeah. I got it because it was free on PS Plus. But like, gosh. It's unstale, but still. No, I'm sure like you can have a fun time with it. It's okay. It's fun for a few hours. Yeah. I got as far as doing the Stranger Things tie-in quest, which was weird. But yeah, it got very stale. What? Yeah. Yeah, no, there's like a tie-in quest where you discover a bunker that has a door to the Upside Down and has like a whole Stranger Things tie-in quest. Does anybody else remember this? Okay, just me? Okay. Yeah, weird. Very weird, very strange game. Kappa, how you doing? Oh my goodness. Actual branded tie-in? Actual branded tie-in, yes. It's 5? Interesting. The Lucky Butt audience does not play Far Cry. I think that might be right. I think Far Cry 2 was quite interesting. And was the only one I played before this. And yeah, oh my goodness. It is an open world. I sure wasted some time in it. Which, you know, was what I wanted from it, so that's fine. But, yeah, it could not keep going. But that's a lot of Ubisoft games for me right now. Not that I'm buying Ubisoft games, but every once in a while they become free on like PlayStation Plus. So I played Assassin's Creed Valhalla, I think, last year, and I also got like halfway through the game and was just like, wow, this is too big. There's just too much in it. I'm already bored. You've completely squandered. Like how interesting this game could be. I said playing Spider-Man 2018, like 6 hours into it. Interesting. I liked that one. That one kept me going for the whole game. But I can understand that. Interesting. Huh. So yeah, there's like a couple Far Cry games that I would like to try at some point. Like Far Cry Primal seems like it at least has an interesting conceit, and I never wound up playing it, but you know, I'll just wait for him to be free and then give him a try. But yeah. If I just powered through the actual core missions and ignored everything else, it'd be better. Yes. 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 Yeah, it would. Unfortunately, I can't play games that way. I'm like, oh, if I get to a new area in a game, I have to 100% it. I have to complete it all the way before I move on. That's just the way that it works.
A single-use tier list.
What? Yeah.
I was gonna say for free use anyway.
But yeah, that causes me to burn out on that formula like way faster. Unfortunately. Oh my gosh. Interesting soundtrack. Okay. Oh.
Everyone should inform Bun that they are cute. Do it.
Do you need something?
Oh, I just wanted to say hi.
Hi.
I want to do this. And I wanted people to inform you that, again, you're cute and you're good because you aren't that cute and good. And I want to keep my smooching to myself from here on out because I've got garlic breath.
I see. Oh.
Also, our cat is adorable. Love you.
Love you too. Huh. Okay. What was I talking about? Okay. About Far Cry? Oh, I think that's all I had to say about Far Cry. BG3 doesn't exhaust me in the same way. I can understand that. I didn't get exhausted of Cyberpunk either. I've 100% of the map on 4 different characters. I don't know why I could just keep playing that game. No idea. Couldn't tell you. First game of Far Cry was wild. I remember that one being kind of weird and totally different than the later ones. Yeah. So I played Final Fantasy 16, and I think I may put it here. This is either a B or a C. And I think grading on this scale, it's probably a B. It's okay. It's got some high highs and some low lows. It... legit forgot about 16. Yes. Yeah. It's... its story is... fine. Its setting is a bit of a problem. Its side quests I am completely ignoring. Gosh. I think, even in terms of gameplay, it wasn't quite there for me. 'Cause let me think real quick. So there's a few games that I think are way more complicated than they need to be. Like the new God of War is like, it probably has a little bit more going on than it ever needs to. In terms of combat mechanics, yes. Final Fantasy 16 is right on the edge there, where it's like switching between different, they don't call them primals, what are they, icons? Switching between the different ones of those is enough of a mechanic that, like, it's fine, it's good. But I feel like there wasn't quite enough crunch. There's not enough RPG in this RPG to keep me interested. It's very superfluous. It's very like If you just wanted to make a Devil May Cry, just make a Devil May Cry. Yeah, I needed a little bit more crunch to make the combat interesting. I don't know. It just didn't quite feel like there was enough there.
Happy New Year. I see that AW2 at S tier. Wonderful choice, Lucky Bunye.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. Skills have language implying elements were supposed to like matter. Yeah, not so much, yeah. So here's the thing, is that like Final Fantasy 16 is good, but not as good as Stranger of Paradise. So
My favorite Nui tier list streamer.
no, Hella. My goodness. Shadow Wolf, thank you for 32 months. Alexander, thank you for 31 months. Welcome back to the Court of Hearts, Your Majesties. They're ashamed. They want to make a turn-based game, so everything is like a weird superfluous action stuff with menuing. That's part of it. And the other part, I think, is that they have the Dragon Quest series of turn-based games. So they want to make Final Fantasy something else. I think that they decided at some point that they were going to make Dragon Quest games, which were more popular in Japan, just appeal to Japanese audiences. And the Final Fantasy games, which were more popular in the West, just appeal to Americans. Or like Western gamers. And they decided that Western gamers don't like turn-based systems because of how many reviewers complained about turn-based games back in the early 2000s. Reviewers of the time just complained about JRPGs and turn-based systems so hard that Japanese developers now just think, oh, Western audiences don't like turn-based. They like action. Reviewers were immensely stupid back then, I agree. And yeah, they were baffled when Bravely Default sold well over here.
How can you be so controversial yet so brave?
Oh, Blurs, thank you. Goodness. It is somewhat better now. Not great, but better. But yeah, I think that they want Final Fantasy to appeal to Western audiences. And they want Dragon Quest for Eastern audiences. And that's their strategy, I think. And I don't like it. I don't like it, because I don't want to play Dragon Quest, but I want Final Fantasy to be turn-based. Because I'm, I don't know, a weirdo, I guess. Square Enix is fucking stupid. See why Dragon Quest isn't as popular? I don't know. Maybe it's just too cartoony, I guess. Couldn't tell you, though. Yeah. I do like Dragon Quest style. I like the puns. I think those are cute. Same artist from Dragon Ball. Speaking of which, we just need a new Chrono Trigger game. That's what I want. Did they, Potato? Furry Awakening game Chrono Cross. They should just make a new one of the. I can't play Chrono Cross. I can't do it. I just can't. I'm sorry. I wanted to like Chrono Cross, but I get really bad FOMO, and that is not going to happen. Lucas, oh my goodness. Hey Raiders, how are you? Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Aw. Yeah, when it comes to Chrono Cross, I just I cannot handle missing out on recruiting characters the first playthrough, and then I get fear of missing out, and then I get anxiety, and then I can't play it. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Gosh.
New Chrono Trigger. No new Chrono game. Only Chrono Trigger.
Gonna be a 3-star, 4-star, or 5-star furry hero. I don't even know. Welcome on in, Raiders. It's so good to see you. I'm just tier listing the games I played this year. Not games that came out this year necessarily, but just ones that I played. Any controversial takes yet? I can give you one. No problem. I got you. So I'm gonna put Tears of the Kingdom I think right about here. I think right about there is fine. It's solidly fine. I liked Atomic Heart more, I think. Atomic Heart's writing is bad. But I feel like Tears of the Kingdom isn't much better. All of the interesting stuff in the story is things that Zelda was doing before the game even starts. Why couldn't you play as Zelda for all of the cool stuff that was happening? With like the dragons and the Zonai and all that. But we don't do that. We get a much more boring story. Yeah, and then you don't. Thorny Fridge is funny. Gosh. The end game, which is getting turned into a furry. Is that what happens? I never finished it. I played through Atomic Heart twice, but I couldn't get to the end of Tears of the Kingdom.
It's the Legends of Zelda.
I was too bored.
Of Zelda.
You know what? You're totally right. I was a little too bored. I like, I never finished it. No, because here's what happened. Okay. So I did 2 of the temples and found out that they just aren't dungeons. They just aren't interesting enough to be dungeons. The temples are fine, I guess, but some puzzles would have been nice. Like slightly more than there was. None of them are nearly as interesting as like an Ocarina of Time dungeon, which is kind of what I was expecting. And oh my god. Hey, that thing you already heard again? Yes. Yeah, the story repeats itself because it's not expecting you to be able to do it in order, which is weird. Because it just like litters the story around the environment and goes, yeah, go ahead and watch it in any order you want, whatever. Which is, it has to be redundant because then what if people miss part of that? Which then has the opposite problem, which is, what if one of the first things you do in the game is just watch all the cutscenes with the dragon tears? I had the same problem with Breath of the Wild's dungeons, yeah. So here's my problem. I've got a couple of problems. Okay. All right. Okay. One, the powers that you get from the Guardians are bad and terrible and really hard to use. And one of the reasons is because by the end of the game, you've got 4 blue guys running around with you that are relatively indistinct. And if you want to use one of their powers, you have to run up to them and press the same button that you use for picking up items. I'm sorry, 5, yes. Which requires you to identify which one's which, and do that. So you wind up using their powers a lot outside of combat when you don't want to, because you're trying to pick up fucking items, and you can't use their powers in battle when you do want to, because they're over there fighting those other enemies. There is a really easy way to fix this, and it's have a shoulder button that you hold down, and then A, B, X, and Y turn into your 4 call to your ally button to activate their power. It would have been a really simple fix to do. Okay? I don't get it. Yeah, or a power wheel to select from. You've already got one. Like, just put them on the same thing as the power wheel. Why not? God. So that's 1, that's bad. 2, the dodge is... do not like it. Do not like that you have to be locked on in order to dodge. Good luck with that if you're getting attacked from behind. No. No. I do not the combat in that game. And I also just don't like destructible weapons, but I downloaded a mod for the game that gave them infinite durability, and I enjoyed the game more. Much more. But I still didn't love it. Yeah, it was nice. Yeah. You can mod Tears of the Kingdom if you're playing it on a special Switch. No comment. So,
Is it me? Am I the special Switch Lime
Yeah.
Song?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, absolutely. The special. I like... So I enjoyed the game enough, but yeah, I just didn't love it. Because the entire time I'm playing the game, I'm remembering how much fun I had playing fucking Elden Ring, which has a reasonable dodge button. It's got phantom summons that make sense. It's got interesting boss fights and cool, clever dungeons and a huge open world that's fun to explore and a weapon durability mechanic that makes sense. And I'm just like, why isn't this as good as Elden Ring? So yeah, I was spoiled. I was just spoiled. Mostly a chill time, and the depths were a cool concept. More bloated, flawed game than Breath of the Wild. Oh, God. And upgrading your equipment costs way too fucking much. Holy shit. The amount of grinding you have to do to, like, just upgrade some of your basic equipment? Terrible. Hate it. Thing about it just doesn't click with me. That's fair. No. Just fine. That's just fine. I also... Okay, I found out recently that the voice of Rauru in here is the voice of Rusty in Armored Core 6. And that's really weird to me. That's really weird, because in Armored Core 6, Rusty is great. He's fucking awesome. I love him. No problems there. In Tears of the Kingdom, every time Rauru speaks, I'm like, this feels like a VTuber putting on their VTuber voice acting voice. Why, hello there, kitten. It's me, male VTuber voice. Ooh. Why, yes, of course you can touch my cat ears. Like, it's gotta be the direction. It's just really weird, you know what I mean? I can't not see it. It's very strange.
It's okay. You can say Nick nothing.
Zelda's VA is fine. Yeah. No, she sounds so great. It's like, it's weird. There's just some of the voices in here that are strange. So strange. Just not bad, just weird. It's 7:30. I'm gonna need to do this way faster than I've been doing this. So Firmament came out this year. It's a new game from Cyan Studios. From Broderbund, the makers of Abduction and Myst. And boy, did I want to like it. Boy, was I excited to stream that game one time. And then I found out that a bunch of the voice acting and writing and textures were made by AI. And I felt really gross. Really fucking gross. Sophie, oh my goodness. Sophie, thank you so much for the gift subs. Oh my gosh. Broderbunder's still around? Kind of. Yeah, kind of. So they're going into the garbage. Yeah. Firmament goes above Gollum. I mean, it was a more functional game, I guess. I guess. At least Gollum was made by people. You're right. You're right. Play Talos Principle 2? Oh, I got that right down here. That one's coming up. Oh, God. God, I hate AI. Okay. So that was, an experience that felt somewhat, I don't know, violating. Was just, oh, the only way you'd find out that there was AI involved in the creation of this game is watching the end credits. I have already streamed this. I went live. I played this in front of people. And then I found out that this is AI created, which violates my morals. Yeah. Feel bad about that. Don't like that. I do hate that they call it AI. It's machine-generated content. Yeah. Ugh. Blick. What do you think about their response? I remember this, yeah. AI assisted does not mean wholly AI generated. Category of false and misleading. Concerned about the usage of AI. The voice performances Firmament were 100% of the time by a talented member of our development team who elected not to be credited, etc. Alice, how are you doing? Oh my goodness. Oh my gosh. Nona, thank you so much for the follow. Alice, thank you so much for the raid. Anonymous!
Driver on 13. A deer is sucking off another deer in the background. It does not phase him as he rips that down the middle. That's about 3:15.
Time to
goodness.
give.
Thank you, Anomalous.
Bunyak, lucky bunyak.
If that 20 was mine, thank you, Switch. Oh my gosh. Does not phase him. How are y'all doing? And you having a good time? I'm sorry. I'm tier listing the games I made this year. Or played this year. I made these. You made these? I made these. It's true. Please look forward to a 4-hour video essay about why I actually didn't make these. I'm the new Tommy Tallarico. My mother's very proud. I won 14 Guinness World Records.
Oh no, Ban is just another creation of the GW Ecor.
Oh my gosh. I was the first American. Journals, logs, checklists, newspaper stories, songs, poems, letters, loosely scattered papers, all backer portraits, all founders' portraits, the sunset paintings, Art Nouveau wallpaper, propaganda banners, coastal spill decals, all voiced mentor, announcer, founder, and other speeches. Backer exclusive content. So all of this was AI generated. I'm sorry, AI assisted. And you know what? I don't want to play a Myst game where all of the writing was assisted by a computer. Fuck that. Not interested. So yeah, that's why Firmament goes down here. Fuck that game. Good job on founding America. I mean, it was a bad move. Hindsight 2020, probably wouldn't do it again. Gonna be honest. Casey, oh my goodness. Casey, thank you so much for the raid. How are you? Gosh. Y'all sweeties. Casey, what was that game you were playing today? It looked really cool. Make way for passionate artists to engage in the fun parts of creation, like... Last Faith. It's kind of like Blasphemous, but Bloodborne. That's what it looked like, yeah. Super cool. Aw. I'm a sweaty. Fun part of a game is marketing and making money. Of course. Was Firmament made by any of the original core team behind the Myst games, or is it more of a hollowed out shell of BioWare situation? So Myst 1 was made by 2 people. And I'm pretty sure they worked on Firmament. So the entire dev team of Myst worked on it. In theory. Which is upsetting. Very upsetting. Helena Handbasket, thank you so much for the follow, my furry whiskers. See that Riven video he mentioned? Oh god, me too. The H-Bomb Myst video is really good. Is it still backer exclusive? I think it's still Patreon exclusive. It's so good. Oh, anyway. Well, welcome on in, y'all. I'm just putting together a tier list of games I played this year. Not necessarily games that came out this year, but just, you know, whatever I played.
Square Enix is planning to shove AI into their games. Even Babylon's Fall and Forspoken.
Yeah, I read that on stream the other day.
Because at least were badly made by humans. Where does Balan Wonderworld fit, since algorithms were used for item placements for specific situations?
Were they? Jeez.
Bits for the bun ran with 2 love. Also, did you like me play Bayonetta 3? Honestly, letdown of the year.
Oh yeah, I hated it. That was last year, though. Aww. Thank you, Lucas. Oh my goodness. There's so many bits. Have a good night, Casey. Algorithms were used for item placements in certain situations. So, video games use algorithms all the time. Video games contain, quote-unquote, artificial intelligence, and algorithms and algorithmically generated content, and that's fine. That's all normal. The problem with machine-generated content is partially that it's scraping other people's art. Whereas if you build an algorithm in a video game to do a thing, you've made it from scratch. It's yours, you know? The systems that generate planets in No Man's Sky are algorithmic, but, like, they built an algorithm to do that. They didn't go and scrape somebody else's content to make it, right? 1. And 2, it's not putting anybody out of a job. Is, unfortunately, where we're at right now. Is that, I think that there is a place for AI or algorithmically generated content in applications that people can't do or shouldn't be expected to do. I think that there's places that techniques like that can be used in a good way. It's just that, unfortunately, under capitalism, that means that people are going to be losing their jobs, and I can't support that. I just don't. What's this, Adora? Yeah, I am. An AI director is not the same thing as machine learning? Yes, absolutely not. Yeah. No, there is none. It needs to be outlawed. I would be fine with outlawing it. I could think of instances where AI generation would be acceptable, but I think it's safer to outlaw it.
If the purpose of your AI tool is to do a job that could be done by a person, destroy it.
Yeah. Yeah. Because the thing is, if we didn't exist under capitalism, if people worked for the joy of labor and didn't need money to survive, right? Imagine a society where we've just gotten rid of money, and if people need groceries, they just go to the store and pick up whatever groceries they need, right? Okay. We're imagining this fantasy scenario. In that instance, if you are remastering a game and you need to upscale UI icons from a smaller compressed size, like on the PS2, to a larger size that'll play on modern hardware, and you decide to use an AI algorithm to upscale those UI icons so nobody has to waste a bunch of time drawing the same picture over again but in a higher resolution, that would be acceptable to me. That would be fine to me. However, that's not the circumstances that we exist in. Right? Like, you know what I mean? Like, I can imagine circumstances in which AI would be acceptable. No. We don't exist in them. Yeah. Yeah, not even close. Right. Used to upscale FF7 backdrops that were lost because Squaresoft didn't save the hard drives. Yeah, like, for that kind of thing, I could see it being a useful tool for that. But under our specific system in the real world right now, that puts somebody out of a job doing that menial labor, you know? So, like, I don't support it. I can't support it. Yeah.
Due to the circumstances that we exist in.
Totally agree. So yeah. That's about where I stand on it. Like, there are circumstances where that could be done, but just not for profit. Once profit enters the picture, then it's all immoral. So, switching gears.
It was used to upscale everything in Grand Theft Auto, the trilogy, the definitive edition.
Yeah.
Imagine if Square Enix applied AI to whatever Part 3 of Final Fantasy VII Remake turns out to be.
Yum. Yum. After 5 years, NCSoft officially grants a license to City of Heroes Homecoming? No. What? No way. Huh. So they're official? That's wild. Huh. I made a character on there ages ago. It was alright. It's a game. Isn't any confirmation from NCSoft about that? Okay, that's weird. Yeah, please make a private WildStar server. I'm begging you. Oh, God. Okay, so I want to talk about something good instead, and that's the case of the Golden Idol.
Reminds me
Holy
of the
crap.
Larian founder's speech he posted on Twitter. The money is an unavoidable byproduct,
Yes.
not the reason people should make games.
I 100% agree with that, yeah. I don't think that money is a reason that anybody should do anything. I think profit is probably the worst motivation anyone could have. I don't think you do good things for profit. Or I don't think that good things are profitable, I should say. I'm gonna put Golden Idol up here. This game's terrific. I'm putting this in S tier. I'm gonna think about Alan Wake for the rest of my life, but like, Golden Idol is fucking awesome. It's a cool little deduce 'em up. It's a little bit like Obra Dinn, but you're solving a mystery where you're given a Mad Lib, and you have to fill out all of the nouns and verbs and things in order to describe how the person died. And it's fucking awesome. I did play the DLCs, yeah. And I can't wait for the sequel. Looks super cool. what a fascinating little story, a cool little adventure, a fun mystery.
Crime Mad
Super
Lib,
cool.
Bad Lib, Murd Lib.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Yeah, I would like more games inspired by Obra Dinn. Fourth playthrough and still getting new things. Yes, it's dense. It's so dense. Every frame has so much going on. It's like poetry. It's like they rhyme. Oh my goodness. Oh. So Ghost Trick Remastered came out, and it's still one of the best games ever made. It's still fucking amazing. The remaster's quite good. Please play Ghost Trick. Please. I'm begging you. Ghost Trick's a very good game. Do it for Missile. Seriously, one of my top 10 games of all time. If there's games that I need to recommend to people, Ghost Trick is one of them, because there is nothing that I can think to change about it that would make it any better. What kind of a game is it? That's a great question. So it's from the director of Phoenix Wright. And it is a game where you die, and then the rest of the game is you figuring out who you were, why you were murdered, and you do so by saving other people from their own deaths, by creating Rube Goldberg machines that stop murders. It is a puzzle game where you can only interact with objects in the environment like a poltergeist, and you have to use them to stop murders. Which ties together into this big overarching mystery of who you are and why you died. It is so good. It is impossibly charming. The music is excellent. The character designs are all immaculate. The animation is so good. The writing, the story, I love everything about it. There is like one or two puzzles that have a little bit sideways logic, but other than that, I cannot think of a single thing that I would change about this game. It's so good. I recommend it to everybody because I think everybody could play it, and everybody should play it. And if you get stuck on some of the puzzles, just look up a walkthrough. That's not a problem. Because it's worth getting to the end of. It's so good. Oh. Gosh. I'm gonna go use the washroom real quick. You know, give me like 2 minutes and I'll be right back and I'll talk about some more games. Give me just a minute. I'll be right back. Hello. How's it going? Yes, it was frying chicken. Oh. It's no longer on dual screen, just means I can look at the game without getting super disorientated. Well, I think that's a positive. I think that's probably a positive.
Speaking of side-raised logic, have you ever played Andy Chamber?
I played a bit of it. I think like an hour maybe? I think it was alright. I think it was pretty good. I should give that another try. Let me see. What else did I do this year? Oh, Ghostwire Tokyo was on PS Plus, so I played it. And it's pretty good. I'm gonna put it in B tier. I'm gonna put it in low B tier. This game's pretty great. Cool little, like, collectathon around a big open world city. With some cool mechanics that involve exorcising ghosts and yokai and things. It's pretty fun to play. What's the problem with the DS? Yeah, definitely. Ghost Trick's pretty good because they usually didn't put much on the bottom screen except for a picture of the item you were inside, which is now missing from the remaster, which makes some of the puzzles a little bit difficult, I think. Still work in progress somewhere? Oh no. Found another Tellerico song that was plagiarized? No way. What? Got hopefully 3 copies of Ghostwire for multiple giveaways. It's a cute little game. Like, it's relatively cheap these days. I enjoyed it. Story's a little bit predictable, kind of silly. There was a DLC they added that added a whole like school section to it, which I really liked. I thought that was pretty strong. But yeah, I think I 100%ed this. Caught all them ghosts. It was very fun. Worth the time. What else did I play this year? I played Horizon Zero Dawn and the DLC. The Burning Shores. I think just before Burning Shores came out, I played through the base game. And then I played through DLC for this. And I think it's quite good. I think it's very good. I'm putting together my thoughts on this one. So it's interesting that the plot for Horizon Zero Dawn 1 is super cool. It's got a really unique post-apocalypse that I quite like. Horizon Zero Dawn 2 goes a little bit harder by presenting us with... In Horizon Zero Dawn 1, your main enemy is like an evil cult who like worship machines, and they're trying to like resurrect war machines from like before the apocalypse, right? And that's fine, that's cool. In Horizon Zero Dawn 2, they go billionaire capitalists will not be satisfied with the end of the world. They will destroy everyone and everything. We must murder them. And I think that's cool and based. That's cool. And I quite like that. I think the villains in this game are very interesting. Quite cool. I do think Aloy takes a little bit of a backseat, especially in the second game, though she gets a lot more to do in the DLC. The DLC fleshes her out a little bit and makes her a little more interesting, I think. Most of her plot development comes in the first game and the DLC for 2. But that's okay. That's cool. I'm excited to see where this goes. Weird coming directly from extremely rich video game companies. I mean, yes and no. It's not like Sony had a say in what the plot of this game was, right? It's being made by artists who are not super rich video game companies, you know? Which is a little bit depressing because capitalism will subsume all criticisms, all critiques of itself into itself and sell them. You know? The background plot for the history of the first Horizon. Instead of intentionally, they accidentally destroyed the world. Right. Yeah. So, I don't know. A bit different when it comes to that kind of thing. More to the point, Herman Holst, the former director, is now in charge of SCE. Huh. Interesting. Huh. Zero Dawn was way more focused. I think I agree with that. The second game does have a little bit more padding. It's a little bit messier, but I didn't dislike it. I'm gonna put it like here. I think I enjoyed it more than FF16, but like it's a solid B game. It's pretty good. Should have been a one and done game. I'm of two minds on that. I think the second one's interesting enough to make it worthwhile. I think that's an interesting enough game to warrant a playthrough. I have no idea where the third one is going. That's going to be bizarre, given some of the twists at the end of this game. A third game would be very weird if they did one. Which it seems like they're going to. Sony does decide on the things they'll publish. Probably. I mean, somebody will sign off on it. But also, capitalists don't care about critiques of capital as long as it's a product they can sell. Like, they'll publish RoboCop. They don't give a fuck. You know, it's not like they're putting so much thought into the politics of it. They don't care. It's a product. I'm sure the people at Sony signing off on it have not even seen the content of the game. They pay people to play it for them and go, yep, that'll make money, or nope, that doesn't seem like it has mass market appeal. That's it. Like, yeah. Yeah. Just like they'll make Uncharted games forever? I don't think they're doing another one. I don't know if they're even going to do another one. Kids today really resonate with hating capitalism. Let's make a game about that for money. Exactly. Yes. 100%. Yeah.
If a crowd shouted "Kill Jeff Bezos" outside his main Amazon HQ, he would sell t-shirts with the slogan and make money off it.
Yes. Absolutely. Yes. So hey, it turns out I played Hades for the first time this year. I think I streamed this year. Was it really this year that I streamed this? It feels like it was last year. But I think I did stream it this year. I played it for the first time. I think it's fine. I think it's good. I'm gonna put it here. I'm gonna put it in B. I think I quite liked it, but I don't see myself going back to it. I don't think I see myself playing it again. It just wasn't quite my jam. I don't know why. I'm not sure why. Yeah, Hades is B tier for me. And I like... It's gay, by the way. Well, maybe I'll bump it up a few more. No. I didn't really get thirsty for any of the characters in it. Like, some of them were cool, but like, I don't know. But like, none of them I was like super enamored with. The gameplay is quite good, but I'm also just not the biggest fan of roguelikes. I don't know. I thought Bastion was okay. Transistor I really liked. Aphrodite or Dionysus? Yeah, they were cool. Like, they seemed like they would be cool to party with. I don't know, maybe it's the art style. But, like, I just wasn't... I just didn't want to jump in bed with any of them. And it was good. It's a good game. It's well made. I can see why it's enjoyable. But also wasn't super for me. Ren. Oh my gosh. Hi, Ren. How's it going, Raiders? It's great to see you. Oh my goodness. No. So I'm tier listing the games that I played this year. Is this a better way of doing things? No, definitely not. No, the way you do it is great. I'm doing a tier list of games that I played. Not necessarily that came out this year, but just, you know, that I got into. I think things are pretty good. I'm ready to get canceled for Hades and Tears of the Kingdom here. Gollum is not in last place. No, Gollum at least was made by people. And not AI. Tears isn't a hot take. Maybe it isn't anymore. When Tears of the Kingdom came out, people were like, oh my god, it's only got a 98 on Metacritic? How dare? Where's Stray Souls? So all of the rabbit hole games are over here. I got a different list for those ones. Don't worry. That's a different thing. Gollum wound up in here on accident, so it can stay here, but that was an accident. Shadow G, thank you for the follow, my furry whiskers. How you doing? What's last place? A game called Firmament. I streamed this one this year, and it was made by Cyan Studios, from some of the makers of Myst and Riven. And then it turns out a bunch of their writing and voice acting and textures and story were quote-unquote AI assisted. And that made me feel gross and disgusted. And fuck it. Played Control this year and it fucks so good. Control's great. Yes. I loved it. Yes. So here's a cute little game I played. It's called How Fish is Made. I learned a lot about Fimsh. I think I'd recommend this game. It's free and it'll take you like half an hour. DLC included. I'm gonna warn you, There's some tryptophobia stuff in there. There's some weird bad imagery. It is a horror game. However, it is a cute little experience about how they let you choose red or blue, but either choice you make, the machine that we're all trapped inside will still devour you and turn you into a product. Manufactured consent! Yay! Oh, also it's got a musical number. So, you know, top tier.
It's good, but wear a condom.
Do that. I feel like there's some kind of message here. What a fascinating game about Fimsh. I'm gonna put this in high A tier. And that's simply because, it's 1, free, and 2, short. So the amount of enjoyment I got out of it compared to the amount of investment I put into it is very high. Like, very high. Does that make sense? Some games announce themselves as psychological horror, but it's just gore. This is a game that announces itself as gore, but it's got some high-hitting psychological horror. Yeah. Yes, then you get dollified, of course. Further that I don't want to know and I still want to stay away. There are barnacles all over the walls in one of the areas, which are just covered in holes. So they're very tryptophobia inducing if you have one of those.
I'm not sure what direction I want. I just know I don't want to go alone. But I know the direction you picked. Can I go down with you? Fun? Limes?
Yeah, of course. Always go down. I do need to see that other ending. One that bugs me is lotus seed pods. They're very similar. They've got a similar shape to them. So I might avoid it. Dang, I love some Sonic music. It's from Sonic Adventure? Yeah, this is Sonic Adventure. Okay. So King of the Castle is a game I played this year. One time. I think I need to play it more before I can judge it fairly. But I quite liked it. I'm gonna put this like low A tier. Let me put this high B tier. The thing about this game is it's really, really fun to play, but you gotta be a streamer. This is the Sonic OVA. Oh, you're totally right. Yeah. This is the Metal Sonic one. Okay. Or run a largish Discord server? Yeah, something like that. You kind of have to have a lot of friends for it. It is Black Sheep, yeah. So I think I like this one quite a bit. It's very fun. It's one of the more fun, like, stream bait kind of games that I've played. But I think I liked it. What else did I play this year? So Like a Dragon Ishin came out this year. I'm gonna put this one... I'm also gonna put this one high B, I think. Maybe low A? I want to put a high B for now. I might change my mind on that. I like this one quite a bit. You can play this game without playing any of the other Yakuza games. As a remake, it's real good, yeah. One of the things I like about it is that the Yakuza games for a while have been... For a while, the Yakuza games have been adding extra, like, fighting styles to them, and they expect you to, like, sort of switch between styles as you play. So, like, Yakuza 0 has, like, 3 styles for 2 different characters. Yeah, this one's a remake of a game that came out on the PS3. Ishin is... It takes place during, I think, Meiji Reconstruction? Because it takes place... You're playing as a member of the Shinsengumi. And all of the Shinsengumi are recast as Yakuza characters. Which is very cool. And the styles for this one... So this is the beginning of the Meiji period. I've not finished it yet, so I'll have to... I may reconsider this after I finish it then. But one thing I really, really like is that the fighting styles in this are fists, sword and gun. And I think just... What's the last one? Is the last one 2 swords? There's 4 of them. Oh my god, I can't remember. The new one is what, March? Oh yeah, just gun. Okay. Yeah, I can't wait for Infinite Wealth. Infinite Wealth looks so good. That one I'm super excited about. I really liked the turn-based one from the other year. But yeah, Ishin's pretty good. I think I'm like gonna... That was 2022. It was 2020. I think that's right. Yeah. Yeah. Yakuza 7 was one of my favorites. And I'm really excited for Infinite Wealth because I really like the turn-based ones. I really like Ichi. I think Ichiban's like such a cool character and I love him. And honestly, I kind of wish they would just retire Kiryu. I loved Kiryu, I like him, but I feel like he gets a new ending to his story every time he shows up in a game. Because, like, they ended his story in 5, and then they ended his story in 6, and then they brought him back in 7 for a little cameo, which is fine. Totally okay. But now they're gonna bring him back again, and it's like, oh my god, please just let him sleep. Come on, please. I don't know if I like Ichi more than Kiryu or Majima, but I truly love that silly boy. He's a different character, which, like, I don't think we have to compare him. I have not played Gaiden yet. I'm going to, but I haven't yet. That little cameo was literally Kiryu handing Ichiban the metaphorical torch. I know, right? And now they're going to make it a whole game where he has to hand off the torch, and it's like, come on. We get it. We got it. It's fine. We all liked Ichi. It's like when you're watching a wrestling show, and they're like, okay, we really need to push this new guy. And the crowd loves him. And they're like, okay, we need to keep pushing the new guy. How do we push the new guy? Let's bring this 80-year-old guy out of retirement to help push our guy. And it's like, come on. Stop. It's like if Roman Reigns went over really well, though. It's like if everybody loved Roman the first time they brought him out, but they just kept trying to push him. And it's like, okay, we get it. Oh. And the Undertaker is back. Exactly. It's like, please just let him retire. That man is going to die. Please, he's going to break himself jumping off that cage. You need to let him. You need to let him retire, please. Oh yeah, people hated Roman Reigns. Although it's gone a little bit back and forth. I don't know. He got a heel arc that was actually kind of cool, but you know, that's not what it did with Prince Puma. Yes and no. I do think they pushed Prince Puma a little bit too hard because they were expecting. I don't know if they were expecting people to like him as much as they did immediately. So like, but yes, they did push Puma a little bit too hard, but they walk it back, so it's fine. Anyway, that's what Yakuza feels like to me, and this one's good. This one's good. It's easy to jump into because it doesn't have any of the history of the other Yakuza games. You can just hop in right here and have a good time. Finally made him a heel. He got over almost instantly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, the Eye Patch Wolf video is awesome. Yeah, super good. Oh, I played Lies of P this year. I think I'm gonna put this one like here, maybe? Gosh. How do I compare Lies of P to Golden Idol? What the fuck? How would I even? I like both of these. I loved both of these. How would I even compare them? Huh. Lies of P is one of the best Souls-likes I've ever played. It's up there with Bloodborne. It's clearly borrowing Bloodborne's notes. Like, it's borrowed Bloodborne's homework. However, I feel like it's added a little bit of its own thing, which is great. I love the weapon combination system. It's like Tears of the Kingdom. You get different handles and different blades for your weapons, except better.
Can't figure out where to put that P? Sounds like you're in troubles.
Oh my god. Oh my god. What do you call it when two wrestlers have to fight each other until one of them wets themselves? A bladder match. Oh god. Okay. All right. I'm done. I stopped. I'm done. No. You saw it. Ow. Anyway, Liza P was pretty good.
So, leave. We're taking over the stream now.
You know what? Would have like.
Man, Lies of P is so hard. It
Yep.
sounds like frying chicken most of the time.
It is quite difficult. They needed to emphasize a little bit more that your blocking is much better than your dodging. And kind of lean into that. I don't know. Like, gameplay wise, it's a little bit closer to Sekiro in some ways. But it's still very Bloodborne themed. I don't know. It's interesting. They borrow from all over the FromSoft library, and I think they did a really good job of it. It's great. I can't wait for the sequel. The post-credits stinger is fucking amazing. I cannot wait. No spoilers, but like, oh god. Whatever Liza P2 is gonna be so fucking cool. Whew. Whew. Your Blue Stinger sequel? Oh, I wish. Yeah, I want to know so much more about the setting. Oh, it's so cool. Jeez. Play this instead of Lords of the Fallen. This is much better than Lords of the Fallen, yes. Yes, I would say so, yeah. I wish Italy was real. That game's great. I'm gonna maybe move it up to like here. I'm gonna maybe move it up here. I really fucking loved it. Ow. Shush, no spoilers. Shush. Oh. Okay, what else did I play this year? I played Mafia Definitive Edition. Why did I do this to myself? For some reason, I picked up Mafia Definitive Edition. I think I bought this like when it came out. And I just hadn't played it until now. It was pretty good, actually. I kind of liked it. I kind of dug it, actually. It was pretty good. Like, not the best game I've ever played. Not the worst game I've ever played. One thing I really liked about it is that early on in the game, you get kind of invited into the family, and there's like a bunch of characters who are like, go on, get yourself some pasta. And then one of the other characters is like making fun of somebody else, and they're like, hey, I'm just breaking your balls over here. And I'm like, oh my God, this is what my family's like. This is what like my cousin Paulie and like Uncle Tony do. Oh my God, they're just like this. And then I was like, oh God, wait a minute. Oh no, wait. My fucking Chicago Italian family. And I'm like, oh wait, it's a mafia game. I'm like, oh, this hits a little too close to home. They couldn't made me a man. I'm a boy. Jeez. Famine waste management? No, my grandpa is a hairdresser in a completely legitimate business. What do you mean, oh? Anyway, I'm gonna put this game low B. I think this game was quite good, actually. I do think Hades is better as a game. Absolutely. Your thoughts on Nico Bellic? Oh, Nico, my cousin!
Finds a fish wrapped in a newspaper. It's a message. It means Bun sleeps with the Fimshes.
I did learn how Fimsh is made. Gosh. Yeah, Mafia's quite cool. Some of the missions are very good, actually. I like the open world well enough. All the cars and costumes and stuff are cool. And it doesn't have a lot of padding. Like, in terms of, like... It's a really straightforward game. Is this the OG Mafia? So this is a remaster of the PS2 Mafia, yeah? Like a remake. Yeah, I think I liked it. It's very no frills, very very straightforward. I liked it. Max Payne and Nico Bellic? Interesting. I did like Nico. I think I briefly tried it on PC. Yeah, it's not a super long game. One of the things that I did love about it is that I didn't know the first Mafia ends like 20 years later. with, okay, spoilers. Kind of spoilers? Sort of spoilers. I'm gonna a little bit spoil one thing about this game, okay? The post-credits scene of this game is Frankie Angelo? Is that right? Angelo is like, it's like 20 years later. He's got a family and like a white picket fence and his little house. I also played Mafia 2 first. I played Mafia 2 and then Mafia 3. And then I went back to this one. It's like 20 years later, two guys walk up to him and say, you know, we got a message for you. They shoot him dead. And the end is just him surrounded by his family dying from a gunshot wound on his lawn, right? So the funny thing is, that is a mission in Mafia 2. Where you have to, Tommy Angelo, that's it, yeah. In Mafia 2, there's a mission where you have to just go whack a guy. And it's kind of a throwaway mission in the middle of the game. Wild. Wild, because I had done that in Mafia 2 first. I did that job in Mafia 2 first, and then I went back and played the first one, and I was like, oh shit, now I remember. That was me, I did that. Oh god. But it's gotta be wild going to Mafia 2 after Mafia 1, because you know the entire time you're like, oh god. we gotta go whack Tommy Angelo. So that's kind of cool. Yeah, that was sort of fascinating. The Mafia, like, universe is very cool, the way it ties itself all together. Because, like, the main character of Mafia 2 becomes one of the crime bosses you team up with in Mafia 3. Like, you can recruit, like, one of the crime bosses you can recruit in Mafia 3 is the main character, too. So it's neat how they tie them all together through these, like, character moments. It's very cool. Yeah, it slowly dawns on you what the mission is. It's just kind of neat. These are very cool games. I hope they make a new one. Mafia 3, I think I recommend, because it's one where you can firebomb the KKK. And that's fucking awesome. I like that, actually. It's one of very few games. So Mafia 3, you're playing as a black ex-army ranger returning to America after Vietnam. In like the 70s? Like late 60s, early 70s? And it's one of very few games that I think has a little disclaimer at the beginning that says 1968, thank you. It's one of the few games that has a disclaimer at the beginning that says this game contains depictions of racism, racial slurs, and other like objectionable content, which was wrong at the time. It is wrong now, but we believe that in order to fully tell Lincoln Clay's story, it must be included, and to ignore its presence in America would be more offensive than its inclusion. And I believe that. I actually believe that to be the case for this game. Like, the game is set up very interestingly in gameplay terms, because, like, if, like other Mafia games, if you start breaking traffic laws, like speeding or running red lights, the cops will come after you. But you start the game in a black neighborhood, which means there's almost no cops, except for one donut shop where there's like 50 cops. And like, come on, guys. Like, oh my god. Yeah. Cops will also take longer to respond to crimes in like Black or Irish neighborhoods in the town. Like if somebody reports a crime, they will take longer to show up. There are even times where they won't show up because like, there was one where it's like the radio message was like, we got reports of a stolen car in Delray Hollow. If anybody wants to waste time going and examining that. And then the cops just didn't show. Key-Energy, thank you so much for the follow, my furry whiskers. How are you? Yeah, so I don't know. It's a really neat game, actually. Yeah, it doesn't sugarcoat shit, and it's kind of cool. They did hide the Irish for a long while, yeah. The game's also got a few, like, missteps and stumbles. Like, one of the guys you recruit is an Irish guy who's, like, an ex-member of the IRA, and, like, his, like, mechanical bonuses are he teaches you how to make, like, bombs and, like, stuff like that, and I'm like, that's... I don't know. That's a little much. Little much, game. Red hair drinks a lot, of course. That's inelegant, let me say. But like, good game. Yeah, exactly. Anyway, what else did I do? They used all their elegance on that opening bit? A little bit, yeah. It's entirely portrayed as him being unable to handle PTSD from his IRA years and losing his kid. Yeah. Which, like, I get it. So, I played Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog. And I think I'm going to put it in S tier. This game's great. This game is also free. It was released for April Fools. It was written by members of the Sonic the Hedgehog social media team. So like one of their Twitter mods wrote this game. And if I remember correctly, she did a fantastic job. It's so good. What a delightful surprise. I know. Like, they did such a good job nailing all of these characters. And I love them and I want to hang out with them more. So good. It's a very cute little game. The AAA games industry always seems to rely on that trope. Character for Neo, despite the real life William it's based on was English. Yeah. Yeah, it's a very tired trope. I get it. I do want more Sonic visual novels, or just games without Sonic in them. Give me more games in the Sonic universe that just don't have Sonic, because it kind of forces them to make everybody else more interesting. I want a Sonic RPG? Okay, careful what you wish for. Last time we got one of those, it killed the comic book.
The characters in a Sonic VN? I can't believe Sega greenlit an era gay for April Fools.
Goodness. This game is great. The art is so cute. It's so cute. I want a Sonic pinball game of some sort. Okay, now you're just messing with me. But yeah, Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog is one of the best Sonic games I've ever played. It's so fucking good. So another game I played was Otoko Cross, Pretty Boys Klondike Solitaire. Because one of you fuckers bought this for me. So I played it, okay? It's solitaire. It's fine. It's solitaire. If you beat all the levels, you can unlock the nude mode. The boys were quite pretty. It's fine. It's solitaire. Okay, it's fine. Did you? Yes, I did. I finished this. I got all the achievements in this. Okay? And let me tell you, it's solitaire, alright? It's fine. I'm gonna put this in C. It's fine. I'm gonna put this on high C. I'm gonna put it in high C. It's pretty good. It's fine. It's just solitaire. That's all it is. So maybe next year I'll play the Mahjong Solitaire. Get all the fucking achievements in that one. What's it called again? Otoko Cross. Jeez. It's fine. It's an okay game. One of the problems I've got, though, I'm going to complain a little bit. I started up the Mahjong Solitaire. Same boys. Same pretty boys. Same costumes. You just unlock them again. But different solitaire. Don't know about that one, Chief. What else did I play? Oh! Poly Bridge 3! Diversity win. Bridge is poly. This one's pretty good. I'm gonna put this like Lobby. This is a Poly Bridge game. Y'all ever play Poly Bridge? It's more Poly Bridge levels. Don't know what else I can say about those games. They're fun little structural puzzles where you gotta build a bridge over a gap so that a certain vehicle can make it across. Yeah, it's fun. I don't know if it's substantially better than Poly Bridge 2 or 1. They're all kind of the same thing. But they're fun enough. And also I can compete with Sean's scores on bridges. Which is good. That's always fun. What else? We played Pony Island. I'm gonna put this one in B as well. Put this one like maybe over here. Hi Matt, how you doing? How you feeling? Okay, listen. Of course, somebody bought it for me. I had to play it, and I was like, you know what? It's solitaire. How bad could it be? And it turns out it was just solitaire. That was all. That was it. I have not dipped into the ARG stuff with Pony Island. No, I just did the stuff that was in the game, and it was interesting. It was cool. I could understand why it's a prototype for Inscription. Does that make sense? Like, I quite liked it. But also, Inscription does everything it does better. I did take this long to play Pony Island. Yeah. You'll play Hollow Knight if we buy it for you. You know what? Maybe. I might. The Hex might be my favorite of those games. Interesting. Sicky with the flu will feel better, please. Gosh. Played Pony Island 2 days ago because they announced the sequel. That's the same reason I did it.
I have some games I want you to play now then.
Has nobody bought him Furry Feet? Oh god. I still haven't played Property Damage. Oh my goodness, Pinkest! Thank you for 36 months. Welcome back to the Court of Hearts, Your Majesty. Gosh. Supporting Me is a good song. Thing. Y'all liars. Iala iacta est. The die is cast. The Rubicon is crossed. Iala iacta est lepus. Jeez. Okay, here's another one that I think... Okay. So the people who are into this game are pretty into this game. And I was lukewarm on it. Sophie! You have a wonderful night. Thank you so much. But I'm gonna put Paradise Killer, like, here. Paradise Killer and Hades have some similarities to each other, where both of them seem to be a little bit banking on me liking and caring about the characters in them. And I did. But not as much as the game wanted me to. Does that make sense? B-tier is lukewarm. Like, they're good games. They're quite good games. I liked them. I didn't love them, but I liked them. Forced fun to play RoboCop as a Detroit citizen. Yeah. I do want to play RoboCop. I'm just, you know, broke. Oh. But yeah, Paradise Killer is a neat little mystery solving game. A mystery solving open world visual novel. In a vaporwave VR simulation. About ancient gods and blood sacrifice. And it's cool. I think I want to like it more than I do. I find its style really neat, and some of the characters are really cool. And I don't know... Gosh. If it was maybe a little bit shorter, I think I would have enjoyed it more. Pretty good, though. Pretty good, though. This year's been too good for games. It's been darn good for games. So here's one that I was playing yesterday. Again. Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty. The Phantom Liberty expansion came out this year. I've still been playing this game. I've been playing Cyberpunk since it came out. And I fucking love it. I'm gonna put it up here. I'm gonna put in S plus. I fucking adore it. It's not for everybody. I get it. That game and its development had a lot of problems. I understand. I get that, but like as an RPG, it's fucking awesome. I keep coming up with new character builds and loving them. Oh, I hope the devs unionize, yeah. But like, oh my gosh. I did a throwing knives and hacking build, which was very fun. I am now working on a sniper build. With explosives. There are a couple builds for blades that I haven't even messed with, but I really want to, because now you can deflect bullets back at enemies. Fucking awesome. I keep finding little things that I didn't know about before. Like one of the missions, I just found a new route through. That has unique voice lines. In the mission where you have to take out the snipers for Nakamura, after you take out the first sniper, instead of jumping up onto the billboard and going around the area with the drone, you can drop down and there's a vent that you can hack open, where he calls you and says, I don't have a way to open that. But if you can hack it open, you can go through that whole area. There's like extra guys down there. Fucking awesome. Smart weapons and monowire, that's a good way to do it too. Yeah. Geez, what a cool little game. It feels like... One of the things I love about it is that hacking... No. Sneaking doesn't feel like an afterthought. Like, the stealth systems in the game are fleshed out and good. And it's both easy enough and interesting enough to play a stealth character in that game as any other build. And, like... It feels built for it because all of the environments are also made with a bunch of different ways through them and different ways to get in there. So like if you're playing a hacking character, if you're playing a tech character, if you're playing just a big, strong character, there's always different things you can do in different ways into every area. And geez, 4 times over back to back, and it was so much fun. Yeah, there's like so many different ways you can do that one. Planting the bug in the warehouse is the one where you're installing the malware into the floats, right? I recently found out you can just talk your way in there. If you've got a corpo background, there's a gate guard that you can just convince you're a member of Arasaka and you're there for an inspection, and you can just walk right up to it and install the malware. You don't even have to do any of the sneaking. Or if you're like a tech guy, you can sneak into the place with all of the, there's like there's like a whole underground route to get in there. It's a non-corpo and it was pretty funny. Yeah. Yeah, that's wild. Yes. You can fight your way all the way through there, which is silly. You can steal a van in order to get in through the first way, like the first entrance. You can parkour up through the rafters, absolutely. Or you can take the underground tunnels in there. God, it's like, oh, I love that game so much. Its attention to detail is immaculate. I love that every car has an interior, and it's all modeled so, like, perfectly that I'm like, I know what this car smells like inside. Like there's some cars you get in and you're like, this is like a plasticky, like new car kind of smell to it. This car has been cleaned too much. It smells like aftershave and like carpet shampoo. And then there's some you get in and you're like, oh, this smells like old McDonald's bags. This smells like McDonald's French fries and cigarette smoke. Oh, it's so good. If you get discovered during the fight to rescue Sandra, T-Bug opens up a side room so you can sneak in and distract the scav leader. Jackie battering rams him to the floor. That's so fucking cool. Did you know that if you call Jackie later on in the game, like way later, you can tell him about all the stuff you've been doing? You can leave a message for Jackie and be like, hey, here's where I am and what I've been doing in the game. And it's so fucking cool. Oh. It's so sweet. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. I feel like I would like Bloodlines. Yeah. It's feels, yeah. Missions are going to be more fleshed out than they end up being. Yeah, I kind of get that. There's a lot of prep work that goes into the Konpeki Plaza thing that some of the other missions don't really have. Or at least not as large. But that's not necessarily true, because there's, I don't know. You have to make the first call to Jackie shortly after Konpeki, otherwise you miss out on it. Interesting. Mission on the 25th floor that kept killing me when I went to the first floor. Double jump dashed into water from 100 feet to get away. Oh my god. Yeah. Gosh, I really like Night City, and I like the RPG mechanics, and gosh, I really like Cyberpunk. I love it. It needs a little bit more. It needs a little bit better politics. But other than that, I adore it. I know that one, dog, yeah. I didn't care for it, but it's fun hearing how people like it. Yeah. For me, it's like a verisimilitude thing. It's like, I like to play that game because I like to exist in that world. Like, I really like the gameplay, but like, the world itself feels fleshed out in a really interesting way that I enjoy. Politics? Yeah, so like Johnny Silverhand is a big dumb idiot. And like, it's really hard to figure out what the fuck his deal is. Because every time you try to talk to him about like, okay, Johnny, you're trying to blow up a corporate building. I get it. Okay. You blew up Arasaka headquarters. You did a terrorism. Neat. Okay. So let's talk about why. And then every time you talk about it, he's just like really evasive, where he's just like, we're fighting a war against entropy over here. And it's like, okay, but what the fuck are you talking about, Johnny? Please. He's a fucking moron. And then when you find out what his deal was, it was he got dumped and felt bad about it. And blew up a building because of it. And it's like, Johnny, please, I need you to stop being so stupid for 2 seconds. It's an anarchist made by someone who thinks anarchists are violent terrorists who are constantly lecturing people. I mean, a little bit. But like, I don't know if the game agrees with Johnny or not. I just can't entirely tell. Because the thing is, here's Johnny's problem, is that he's an anarchist of one. He didn't do any coalition building. It's like, Johnny, you can't be a proletariat of one person, okay? You can't take down Arasaka just blowing up a building by yourself, you moron. Like, you need to do a people's revolution, please. Like, come on. You stupid. I think that's the message for him. I think it is, but it could be a lot clearer, is the thing. The game wants to be like, okay, Johnny needs to change. He needs to get better. And one of the ways he gets better is realizing that he's not the only main character in the world, right? In fact, he's not a main character at all anymore. And like, he gets there, but it's just written really clumsily, I think. They could have been a little better about it.
Fun. Please. CDPR is already trying so hard to keep its employees from thinking about unionizing.
Yeah, that's fair. Keanu Reeves did do an amazing job, though. And I do want to point out that I love that so much compared to the way that Bethesda does their celebrity voices. Remember when, like, Patrick Stewart was in Oblivion? Or, like, they got the fucking Taken guy in Fallout 3? And it's like, they're there for 10 minutes, and then they make him disappear for hours and hours and hours and hours. Liam Neeson, thank you. Like, Liam Neeson comes back for a little bit, and then he's gone. He's gone again. But, like, Keanu Reeves is there the entire game. 100% of the game, Keanu Reeves is hanging around. He's, like... He's such a huge part of it that, like, they used him to his fullest. And I really appreciate that. Idris Elba's also excellent in the DLC. He's very good. His intro mission is so cool. Like, so cool when you first meet him. And then the endings of Phantom Liberty make you do some really complicated moral questions. That are just kind of fascinating. I really liked Phantom Liberty. There's one of the endings of Phantom Liberty. You get two different, depending on which ending you're going for, you get two different final missions. And one of them turns the game into Alien Isolation. It's like, you're in this area, there's a thing in the vents, and it's hunting you, and you can't kill it. You cannot fight the thing in the vents. And, like, it's fucking awesome. It's so cool. Yeah, and the other mission is way different. And they are mutually exclusive. So you have to play it twice if you're gonna see both of the last missions. Yeah, the other mission has some amazing set piece stuff too. They're both really cool. So yeah, I love that. I love it. Trying the special schematics in the bunker? I think so. On my first character, I made the, I used the parts to build the hacking deck. But I think on my second playthrough, on a different character, I'm gonna make the submachine gun instead. But yeah. Yeah, Phantom Liberty's first mission is also excellent. The whole thing's great, start to end. I love it. Super good. Gosh. The gun is better. Here's an interesting thing, though, is I started a new character to play Phantom Liberty, and played Phantom Liberty at the earliest possible convenience before doing a bunch of other quests. And when you get the AI chip that you can put into the gun or into the hacking deck, it talks to you. and it is like an AI from the Black Wall. And it has commentary when you're doing other missions. So, like, if you go back and talk to, like, Hanako and stuff, the AI will chip in and say shit at you. It's kind of cool. I don't know. It's neat. Huh. Does it talk constantly like that Rick and Morty game? No, God, no. No. It's pretty rare, but like it's at the end of missions. Sometimes it will commentate. Yeah. Fascinating though. Super cool. I love that game. I can see why people don't. But also I have put like 500 hours into it and I'm still playing it. I keep going back. Is there dialogue for the other talking gun? Oh god, I don't think so. I had it when I did Skippy. So I don't think so. No. They did change Skippy up a little bit though for 2.0. Cuz now Skippy and his dialogue show up on screen every time he talks as a little hologram. Instead of just being the voice. He also shows up visually, which is cute. I don't know why the game launched in the state it did. There's just so much crap to do in C. Yeah, for real. And trying to release it on the PS4 and Xbox One was just a bad fucking choice. It was really bad. Huh. Understandable, Kira, yeah. Did I miss Destiny 2 talk? I did a little bit of Destiny 2 talk. Just a little bit. Gosh. Okay. So another game I played this year was Remnant 2. And I think this one's also pretty great. I'm going to put this one up here too. Remnant 2 was pretty fantastic. Just, it's like the first game, but improved in every single respect. It has better, more crunchy RPG mechanics. It's got better feeling weapons and gameplay. It's got way better bosses and dungeons. It's got a ton more variety. It's so much better than the first game. How much do I miss by skipping the first one? Almost nothing. Don't worry about it. Fucking fantastic. When you get to that final boss. I like the final boss a lot. However, I have to ding them for the final boss from the perspective of accessibility. Because damn, flashing lights warning for that thing. That was more than needed to be. Yeah. You can debate a dryad. It was pretty cool. Yeah, the final boss is creative. I don't know that I loved the way it paid off. Remnant 1's final boss is way worse. Stupid Labyrinth Guardian? Oh, the cubes? Just take it slow. They don't have health, so just use a relatively fast-firing weapon with good aim, because 1 damage will destroy the weak points. It's not a damage thing. So just take it slow. Remember where your exits are, and you can knock it out pretty consistently. But I understand that, yeah, for sure. Play as a goat in Remnant 3. Oh, that'd be really cool. Yeah. If you could play as some of the other races, that'd be awesome. Final boss gimmick was more fun than Remnant 2's? Interesting. I feel like the boss gimmick is not well explained in 1. But yeah, Remnant 1 has a problem where all of the bosses feel like they're tuned for multiplayer because they just have infinitely spawning ads in every single boss that are ridiculously frustrating. But all of the areas are tuned for single player because you can just steamroll them on co-op. In Remnant 2, they totally fixed that. All of the bosses, if the bosses have ads, it's because they have an ad phase that is well balanced and reasonable. Gosh. Started me at Nehruin, which sucks. I thought Nehruin was alright. I thought it was pretty cool. I did play the DLC stuff. It's fine. It's fine. DLC introduces a character I really like. I really like that fucking guy you meet at the beginning, who's one of the Fae disguised as one of the other things. God, what are they called? The Dran, thank you. That guy is great. I love him. I love his voice acting. He's spectacular. I love it aesthetically, and it's easily the worst world for story and enemies. Interesting. Some of the enemies in there are not great, but like... I enjoyed having a more sci-fi kind of area. I thought that was cool. I hope eventually we go back to, what was the red, like, Mars-type world from the first game? The one with all the, where they, like, used atomic bombs to kill the root. And then they've got the Immortal King, who asks you to go to the swamps. I hope we go back to that place. That place was really cool. The Red World was Nehruin? No. No. Rom, that's it. Yes. That was it. Yeah, the irradiated desert. Yeah. We don't know what happened to that world, actually. The only world that we see from 1 into is Earth and the forest. Those are the only returning ones. Nehruin in the far future? They were near the black hole? There are hints that Nehruin is an offshoot of the Rom civilization. Interesting. Yeah, the thing about Nehruin is it's not Rom, because Rom is a planet. Nehruin is a planet-sized starship that they built to travel to the black hole. So it could be built by that civilization, although they must have come a long way from the first game. Or they set out way before the first game. But I don't know. I don't remember Rom being a spacefaring civilization. I could be wrong, though. Speaking of spacefaring civilizations, Starfield is a game I played. I played Starfield. Such an innovative game. The most innovative game. drink real quick. No, I can't. Starfield is exceptionally middling. And I'm going to put it here. I'm going to put it in D tier. Not quite up to C. I think I played more of Starfield than Tears of the Kingdom. But it also made me more mad. So here's my thing. I've got a couple of complaints about Starfield. Let me start with, in the plot of Starfield, they develop faster than light travel, and somehow the development of faster than light travel, this is something that's revealed really early in the game, so not like spoilers, but like a little bit spoilers, okay? The development of warp engines destroys the Earth's magnetosphere? And I don't know how that happened. I don't know what sense that makes. How? Why? What? They use too many magnets? As far as I know, they're not magnetic. They fold space. They're like space folding warp engines. So like, I don't know how that happened. And also they just, when they discovered it, they just patched the engines. They were like, oh, that's a quick fix. Don't worry about it. The first prototype FTL drive exploded and blew the moon in half. See, that I would understand. That would make sense. But no, they were like, oh, we've built a bunch of them and people are flying all over the place, which has now caused the Earth's magnetic field to destabilize. I don't know why. I don't know why people flying around the universe is now causing this to happen, but it is. So they found out interesting. Huh. They did want to do a climate change without the politics, because they were like, oh, the invention of fossil fuels causes the destruction of the environment, right? That's what they wanted to do. They wanted to do that again. Which is fine, but like an accident that causes one of the warp reactors to explode or something like that. Please. Because, yeah, wouldn't that happen to all the planets? Or, like, I don't know. I don't know. It doesn't make sense. So, because of that, people on Earth find out they have 50 years to escape Earth. They're like, oh, no. It's over in 50 years. We have to evacuate the planet. But somehow, capitalism survived that. Like, all of humanity joined under a single banner to save the human race by evacuating the planet Earth. And once they got out into space, they were like, how do we profit? Though. How? What? Yeah. So that happens. Then there's a big, like, territorial war between two factions.
Live Star Praxis.
So these two factions go to war. It's the United Colonies and Freestar Collective, right? And both of them are like, this galaxy ain't big enough for the two of us. For some fucking reason. Why is this happening? There is so much space There are so many uninhabited planets. It's like, why was there a war? Because they were building colonies on other planets. I don't get it. So then they signed the dumbest treaty imaginable, which stipulates that each of them can only build on 3 systems. There's 3 each. Just 3, okay? You can't build on any other system. Can't expand there. You're not allowed. We let the pirates have everything else. What? Why would they do that? Who would agree to that? Okay, I guess. So that happens. The United Colonies, in order to fund their war effort, had all these giant banks moving money around, right? To fund their war effort. And like, this is even dumber. Okay, so the Freestar Collective had mechs. They had like big giant fucking Gundams and shit running around. They were probably closer to the Wagners, I think they are, in Front Mission. But like, okay, so they had big giant robots, right? Like walking battle tanks and shit. They were building Metal Gears, right? While the United Colonies, Wanzer, that's it. While the United Colonies, on the other hand, were building biological weapons. They were basically creating xenomorphs. And they were like, after the war, they were like, wow, this xenomorph technology could have gotten way out of hand. This could have been really bad. So we are outlawing bioweapons. And we've also outlawed mechs for some reason. Those are also just as outlawed, because those could have gone just as bad as the uncontrollable killer life forms that we built. So they've also outlawed the Gundams for some reason. Who the fuck knows? Oh my god. So it turns out the United Colonies... It turns out the United Colonies, after making all their biological war, like, weapons... Oh my god. Okay. Oh. It was means tested, don't worry about it. The mechs were basically death traps for the pilots that would cook them alive. They could just build them better. I don't know. Like, what? Oh my god. So in their moving money around, one of their big money ships gets lost in a gas giant's electromagnetic field. During the course of the game, if you commit a crime, the first time you get arrested, you might wind up press ganged into the United Colonies' secret police. They have a secret police. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about what they need a secret police for. So the United Colonies' secret police are like, hey, we want to kill all the pirates. You know, all the people living in the space that we're not allowed to colonize? We want to kill them all. Help us do it. So you find out, you go undercover with the pirates, and you find out that the pirates have been around for more than 80 years, and they're still living like raiders from Fallout. It doesn't make any fucking sense. Like, wouldn't they be doing higher class crime at this point? Like, they've been living out here for 80 years, and they're still just shooting each other in bars over, like, oh my god. They're like Reavers from Firefly. It doesn't make any sense. You just gotta have raiders, I guess. So that's what they're like. Fallout 4 nobody built anything for 210 years. True. So true. So you find out that the raiders were actually ex-prisoners of a hell prison that the United Colonies built on Hoth. They went to Hoth and they were like, we can totally build a prison here that nobody will be able to escape from, and we can put political dissonance there. That'll be a great idea with no downsides. So what I'm getting at is the United Colonies fucking sucks. They suck. They're a bunch of war criminals building biological weapons and manufacturing prisons on ice planets, which, by the way, that ice prison is also illegal because it's not in one of their settled systems. That's not in their territory. I don't know who let them do that, but they just got to do that. So they do that. Fluent, thank you so much for the follow, my fur and whiskers. So anyway, you team up with the pirates, and the pirates are like, hey, we want a bunch of money. We want to go find this ship that went missing and do a heist. And then we can use that money to pay our captains. And I'm like, okay, rad. That sounds cool. So you can help them do that. When you talk to the leader of the UC secret police, he's like, you should give that money to me instead so I can give it back to the bank. The bank needs that money back. It's been missing for 130 years, but they really want it back. So you should give it to me so I can do that. And it's like, okay, cool. Well, I'm going to give it to the pirates instead because they seem on the fucking up and up. You are the worst. So you can team up with the pirates and you can give them the money and you can help them out. And then you get to fly with them against the UC in a big battle where the UC is trying to fucking genocide all the raiders. And when you get back to that guy, he goes, I only have one question for you. I want to know why you did it. And your dialogue options are, 1, I don't have to tell you anything. 2, being evil seemed like more fun. Or 3, I just wanted to be rich.
Because they're right.
No. The writers didn't think they were right. The writers couldn't think of any reason that you would team up with the pirates aside from being the kind of weirdo that just blows people up in Grand Theft Auto instead of playing the story. Right? Like, they couldn't think of a reason why you would side with the pirates over the fascists. I don't get it. Evil seemed more fun is definitely a thing a real human being would say. I know. I don't get it. They're called pirates? That's the funny thing. So once you do that, I was like, yes, this was the right choice. I made the right choice.
Good guy's energy.
When you talk to the rest of the members of, what are they called? The Explorer group. Oh my god, I can't remember their name now. Constellation, thank you. When you talk to the other members of Constellation, right in the beginning of the game, the Constellation members go, everybody is their own moral compass here. We're not going to judge you for the actions you do, but we're going to expect you to behave in a way that you find good. And that's it. That's a thing they tell you right in the beginning of the game to lampshade the fact that you can't break your contacts with Constellation no matter what you do. So when you get back and talk to the members of Constellation, they look at you and they go, why the fuck did you give the pirates the money? That's horrible. Why'd you do that? Why'd you do that? Those are bad guys. And like, you have the option to tell one of them, I think they're right. And she goes, but they're criminals. But they broke the law though. And like, come on. Ugh. None. No media literacy at all. It gets worse the more you think about it. Oh my god. The illegally imprisoned political dissidents on the illegally colonized planet are criminals. Exactly! Oh my god, yeah. Oh my god. Unfortunately, siding with the pirates fundamentally breaks the game, though. There are main story quests that require you to go through dungeons with pirates in them. But if you've teamed up with the pirates, none of them attack you, so you just walk to the quest marker. You just walk in there, nobody cares. Which is good, that's how it should work, but there's a bunch of dungeons that you just don't do now. Because you can just walk in and loot everything, and none of the pirates care. They're just like, hey, what's going on? You don't even have to side with the pirates at the end in order to do that, though, because the whole time, once you get recruited into the pirates during that quest, the pirates de-aggro all over the galaxy, so you never have to fight one again as long as you don't complete that mission. It's fine. It's fine. You cause intergalactic peace, which is bad. God, the game's so weird. The game's so weird. So those are my narrative problems. I have narrative problems with the game. That's not all of my narrative problems, but those are some of my narrative problems with the game. I have some problems with the game. The game also has really, really bad main character syndrome. Yes, the Space Pirates are a monolithic group, yes. There are other enemy factions. One of them is Eclipse, which is like a private military company. They attack you on sight. And the other one is a cult. I don't know anything about them. They don't make a lot of sense. We don't learn much about them. They don't have a faction quest. They're just kind of there. They worship a giant space snake. That's it.
If you choose to act in solidarity with the oppressed, the game breaks. But why would an American do that?
Yes. Yes, exactly. Oh my god. So like, but all of the enemies you go up against are just guys in suits. They're just human beings in suits. They're not very fun or interesting to fight. All of them are completely interchangeable with each other. The only other thing out there that's a problem is violent wildlife, which is few and far between. And not particularly interesting. Dungeons are copied and pasted around all over the place. Like the same dungeon layout, the same loot locations, the same enemies in the same places. They're copied pasted all over.
But why would they say that in their hit song, American Idiot? I just don't get it.
The stealth is so bad. So bad. Enemies will just detect you randomly. I don't know how it happens. You could be crouched and not moving behind a guy, and something happens that causes him to spot you. It just doesn't work. I don't understand it. Yeah, I wanted to do melee and stealth. Guess what? When you're picking up guns in the game, there are different ranks of gun.
Bethesda should just try out whatever ESO's got left in it and sell off the company to Microactive conglomerate.
No, please, no. Oh god, no. Ugh. So, when you're picking up guns, there's like an EOS is one of your basic guns, right? That's just a little, I think it's like a 12mm pistol or something. Like, it's just basic gun. But later on, you can find a refined EOS. And that is the exact same thing. It looks exactly the same, but it's got bigger number. It just does more damage, right? So then after the refined ones, you can find polished, maybe? I don't know. Mythic, whatever. They just have different upgrades for them, right? And I think there's 3 or 4 different ranks of them as you get higher in level. That are just exactly the same. They just have bigger number. Not melee weapons, though. Not melee weapons, though. There are 12 melee weapons in the game, and all of them have 1 number, and you cannot modify or upgrade them. They're all just one thing. There is a melee weapon that is numerically the best. That's it. You're gonna use the snake cult knife. It's the best one. Cause it does 117 damage per hit. That's it. That's the last one you'll find. Oh, and I know what you're thinking. Well, do perks make melee more interesting? No! No! Cause you're gonna spend your perks on useless bullshit. Like, the completely necessary ones for any kind of ship upgrades. Do you want to build a better ship? You're gonna require these upgrades. Also, it'll take you 5 hours to get 1 perk point. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to yell so. I didn't mean to yell. It takes so long to get perk points, and they don't do shit. But if you want to build a base, you're gonna have to spend like 5 perk points doing it. Oh, I hate it. I hate it. Anyway, I put like 30 hours into Starfield. It's fine. It's a fine little way to waste some time if you like. If you like the Fallout 3 kind of gameplay, it's all right. It's a cute little way to spend an afternoon. That's all. It's not like it's not even bad. It's not even bad. 7 out of 10. It's the worst 7 out of 10 I've ever played, but it's fine. It's on Game Pass, right? If you don't spend money on it, it's fine. Totally fine. Yeah, it's a tolerable open world RPG. If you want to get into it, I recommend doing the missions for the Freestar Collective. Those ones are pretty fun. I also kind of liked the missions for the company, not Arasaka. It's whatever the Ryujin, I think? Whatever that is. Those ones are fun. You get to be a corporate spy. So if you're into the sorts of like stealth gameplay that I enjoy, that's not a bad way to go. But the whole time playing it, I'm just like, God, I wish this was Cyberpunk. I started out the game and I was like, oh, I'm going to get really good at hacking. You know what hacking's good for? The same thing it is in Fallout. Get into computer. That's about it. Didn't someone gift you the giant furry demolition game? Yes. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I will give it a positive though. Okay, I'm gonna say something good about Starfield. Here we go. It has a brand new lockpicking minigame and it's fun. It's pretty good. It's used for hacking and door opening. So there's a lot of it, but I enjoy it. I think it's pretty cool. I like that. And there's also a dialogue system to convince people of things that is different than the one in Oblivion, which has the personality wheel. Do you remember that one? No, there's a conversation tree system where you have to use different dialogue options to build up a like agreement meter or something. And it's fine. It's cool. It's perfectly functional. It's fine. It's all right. Yeah. Honestly, it doesn't show up enough. There's not enough conversation trees in the game. The base building is optional. Fucking hated it in Fallout 4. I don't know anybody who did the base building in Starfield, because it sucks. However, building a spaceship is really cool. I liked that. I like that when you build a spaceship, you then get to like, it's on the launch pad. It's a physical object in the game, and you get to walk around inside it. I think that's really neat. That's got a cool level of verisimilitude, because like you get to put together a thing out of Legos and then walk around the inside of it. And I think that's cool. I wish you got to spend more time in it doing stuff. But I did enjoy it. Thought it was kind of cool. The downgraded base building. So there is base building. It's not quite as interesting as Fallout's because you can build a base anywhere, but like anywhere in Starfield means in the middle of nowhere on this fucking planet, right? It's not like you're building a base inside a bombed out building or something cool like that. I don't know. Which game is better, Starfield or Outer Worlds? Oh, Outer Worlds. I've got one really big problem with Outer Worlds, but I mostly like it. I mostly think Outer Worlds is great. My big problem with it is that it presents the solution to capitalism as we need to wake up all the smart people so they can tell us how to run society, which is stupid and bad. Outer Worlds was missing one trick, which is they needed to, at the end of the game, blow up the ship with all the scientists on it so that we have an Act 3 where we need to form a workers' revolution, right? Like, that's what it was missing. But other than that, I think Outer Worlds is pretty good. I like it. Call a shit game mid. I mean, I've played worse games than Starfield. I've played worse games than Starfield this year. I don't think Starfield is even that bad. I just think it's very disappointing. Anyway, that was another game I played this year. I almost finished it too. But not quite. Oh. Wish they had spent that time making Elder Scrolls 6. Bethesda needs to. Dear Bethesda, your games since Skyrim, Fallout 4, 76, and this one, are devoid of crunch. Please make your games extra crunchy. Please, any kind of... They're too soft. Please, I would like to sink my teeth in, and I cannot do that without crunch. No, I don't want the devs to crunch. Not the right crunch. No. Boom. Not that crunch. I mean mechanical crunch. Does that mean, do you know what I mean? You know what I mean. I don't want the devs to crunch. Not like this. I need RPG mechanics. I need numbers I can dig into. Cyberpunk does a really good job of giving me a lot of really interesting perks and skill trees and mechanical depth.
Someone wants AI to do a lot of the work last night. Got it.
No, not like this. My problem with Starfield and Fallout 4 and 76 and Skyrim is that they feel like RPGs built backwards. And I've said this before, but I want to reiterate this, because here's what I think. I think when you make an open world RPG, or you just make an RPG game in general, the player's not going to know what they want to do right away. They're not going to know what skills to invest in. They're not going to know what kind of gameplay they want to do, right? When you pick up Cyberpunk, you don't really know that much of what's fun in it, right? So the beginning of the game should let you try everything. When you start the game, you should be a little bit good at everything, where you can like pick up a pistol and you can use it. You could hack a computer. You can like give me an opening area that gives me a little bit of every gameplay so I can try everything. And your character should be able to do all of it in a rudimentary sense, right? But as you play the game longer, you should get way more specific. Your character should invest in getting really, really good at doing 2 or 3 things. When you're at the end of Cyberpunk, you're so good at hacking that you can walk into a room and set people on fire with your brain. Or like you're so good at swords, you can slow down time, cut someone in half, and then reflect a bullet at somebody else. You know, like you get really, really good at specific things. You start out a little bit general and you become more specific. Bethesda builds their RPGs the opposite way, where like you start out kind of shit, except for the 1 or 2 things that you've chosen to have perks in to start out. And then by the end of the game, you're just good at everything and all of the characters are exactly the same. Every character in Skyrim winds up eventually being good at all the exact same stuff. Usually stealth archers, but not always. But like every character at the end of Fallout 4, relatively the same. And that sucks. I hate that. That's my opinion. Like, there are differences between characters, obviously, but like, they just get so homogenized. Can't possibly let anyone miss any content. Exactly. Yeah. They're just terrified of letting people, having people miss stuff. Because the thing is, in Starfield, you know how I joined up with the pirates and I killed off the UC's secret police? I destroyed their flagship. I killed every last one of them. I went to the UC headquarters and they were like, hey, why don't you sign up with the UC? Why don't you sign up with the UC military? We could use a go-getter like you. And then they were like, oh, hey, you know what? We've got records of you being at this big fight that wiped out the secret police. But that's okay. You know, if I turned away every ex-pirate that wanted to sign up with the UC military, I wouldn't have some of my best pilots out there. And it's like, you couldn't even gate this off? It's like if in Deus Ex, Human Revolution, if you wiped out everyone in the police department and then they gave you a side quest where they're like, hey, why don't you help out these cops? Oh, wait a minute, they did that. Oh no, wait a minute. Oh, wait a minute, that happens? Okay, never mind. Okay, that's all I have to say about Starfield. I did it. I want Bethesda to reverse the way that they make games. Start general, get specific. That way, players are encouraged to make new characters to try different things instead of doing everything on one. Okay, I did it. I did it. Because that's how I feel about Cyberpunk. I have a Cyberpunk character that's like super speed and shotguns. I have a character that's explosives and sniper rifles. I have a character that's hacking and knives. It's good. It's great. So Scene Investigators is a game I played this year. It's pretty good. I'm gonna put it down here. It's got a few problems, but I kind of like it. Seems fun to watch here. Been waffling about playing it. Understandably, yeah. Yeah, they gave me a code to play this one because they saw that I played like Oberdin and Golden Idol. And I think Golden Idol's a much better game. Scene Investigators is pretty cool though.
I legit want you to spend some time one stream just going over different funky builds for Cyberpunk because I'm not super good at thinking of them.
I'd be happy to do that, yeah. I'd love that. Getting really good at one thing. Maybe if I really grind good at 2 or 3 things. Yeah. The thing I like about Cyberpunk is by the end of the game, you can max out like 2 or 3 of your stats, but that's it. So you kind of got to pick 2 or 3 things that you really want to do. You're like, oh, I want shotguns and punching people. Or I want sniper rifles and rocket launchers coming out of my hands. Whatever. So Scene Investigators is one of these crime scene deduce 'em ups where you're given an environment, you walk around it, and then you have to answer questions. Like, who sat in this chair? Or how did this person die? Or where was this person on the night of whatever? And that's really clever and cool and interesting. I like that. I like that a lot. The conceit's really good. Some of the environments and some of the puzzles in here work really, really well. However, there's a couple of things that keep me from super loving it. One of which is coming to certain logical deductions that seem to make sense are only discounted when you enter in the answer and it tells you it's wrong. So there could have been a little more evidence to disprove certain things, if that makes sense. The name recognition is also a little finicky. I think they upgraded it, they updated it recently to make that better, but I'm not 100%. I haven't played it since. I know they've been updating it pretty consistently in order to make it work better, which it needs. I'll get back to y'all. I'll try this again, and I'll get back to y'all on how it is now. But yeah, I really like the conceit, and I find the execution good, not great. Needs just a little bit of polish in places. That's all. If the Madslib part was more like Case of the Golden Idol, I think it would be better. It could be, yeah. Makes sense. Talking about Scene Investigators. Anyway, I'm gonna put it down here because I think it could still use a little more polish. Maybe if they did a sequel, they could probably do a little bit better. But I liked it. It was pretty good. Compared to the way Oberdin and Golden Idol handled, it was not as sophisticated. Yeah, it's a little bit... It feels like a proof of concept kind of a thing. It feels sort of like a beta for a game. I did like it, though. I really like the conceit. I think with a little bit of work, it would be really great. I also played Superliminal pretty recently, actually. I think I played this last month. This is a really cute little puzzle game. I wonder if the devs of Scene Investigators have looked at Oberdin or Golden Idol. Yes, they absolutely have. Because they sent me an email and they were like, we saw that you played Oberdin and Golden Idol. Would you like a code for our game? It's kind of similar. And I was like, yes. Oberdin was like 10 out of 10, so even 7 out of 10 would be great. Yeah. And I think it's like a 7 or a 6. It's pretty good. I think it's worth a playthrough. It's fun. I'm gonna put Superliminal like up here, maybe? It's very cute. I really like the narration. Like I really like the sort of story they've got going on in this game. I kind of grokked it before some of the reveals, but it was very good. And it's got some cool mind-bendy puzzles where you have to look at stuff from different perspectives. Like objects will change size depending on how you look at them. And that's a lot of the puzzles. And it was pretty good. I think I enjoyed it. Very cute for a single playthrough. I haven't gone through and tried any of the challenge stuff, but maybe one day. I played Miles Morales this year. I haven't played Spider-Man 2 yet. I played the first one like when it came out. Miles Morales I kind of sat on for a while because I was like, I don't know if I want that much more Spider-Man. And let me tell you, this one's awesome. It's so much more bite-sized and streamlined compared to Spider-Man 2018. Like it's much more focused. And instead of working for cops, Miles and his friends make an app that's basically you go on the app, the friendly neighborhood Spider-Man app, and you're like, hey, Spider-Man, my cat's stuck in a tree. Can you come over here and help? And then you go do that. And that's fucking awesome. Is that a gut-wrenching ending? A little bit, but I really, really liked how it's a different story than Into the Spider-Verse. I wanted to help more people. That would be cute if they just added, like, not even missions, but, like, if you're walking around town, somebody might have, like, a cat stuck in a tree and you just do a little interact prompt to get it out or something, you know? Like not even important stuff. Just hang out. Yeah, like, oh, my balloon. Yeah, like a little Radiant quest. But not even, like, a quest with a reward. Just a thing you do. Because I know you can walk around on the street and, like, high-five people. Like, there's a prompt to do that. So if they added something like that, but with, like, a little bit of a... just help a person, that'd be great. Getting swatted by freaking Spider-Man. I like it because it's an approach to community police that makes a lot of sense.
Superheroes do simple help around the neighborhood stuff. It's super wholesome.
I would love the idea of an app-based, like, community policing sort of thing, you know? If there were, like, local apps for your neighborhood where somebody's like, oh my god, I'm out of sugar or something, and you could just bring it over to a neighbor. Like, something like that would be awesome. Impossible under capitalism, but that sort of thing is how technology could work in a post-capitalist society. I don't know. Something like that could be cool. I wouldn't do it for profit, but I liked it. I'm gonna put this up here, actually. I'm gonna put this right down here. It's a great little bite-sized game. Very cool. Without it stealing your personal info? Yeah. If there wasn't a profit motive. But yeah, I don't know. I find that really cool, and I'm excited to play Spider-Man 2. I would like to do that. That's cute, Grave. Oh gosh, I played a bunch of other games this year. I played Signalis. This game received an update to give you infinite inventory space, didn't it? Did they take out the inventory management in this game? Because I'll evaluate it differently based on that. I really liked it. Mostly. Okay. Classic inventory is optional. Good. Okay. Inventory management in this game, I did not love. Especially when it comes to like key items. That was unfortunate. I really like the style of this game. Gorgeous. The story is good too. A little bit vague and weird. But I don't know, so's Alan Wake. Key items should always have their own inventory. I kind of thought that too. Yeah. I liked it, but I didn't love it as much. It did seem kind of gay, which is cool. I'm gonna put it like here, I think. I'm gonna put it like up here. Probably I would recommend this specifically for people that like old school Resident Evil. Because that's what it feels the most like. The story's nice and weird though, I like that. On the other hand, I played Stasis this year. This game's gonna go in D tier. But it's better than Starfield. But boy. I hear Bone Totem's way better. But I'm gonna put Stasis down there because it's kinda stupid. It's a Dead Space isometric point and click adventure game. But like, oh my god, the writing's pretty bad. Like sub Dead Space 1 level writing. Bone Totem had AI shit in it, but apparently they stripped that out. Okay, well, good on them. Interesting. Yeah, Stasis was trying a little too hard to be edgy and gory and gross, and just came off as a little bit try-hard and dumb. I didn't hate it. I enjoyed it. But I also wouldn't recommend it to anyone. Hey, Insane, how you doing? Huh. I thought it was cute. Glaring lack of Stray Souls and double Z tier. Oh, don't worry. I have another tier list for all the bad games I played this year. Don't worry. There is a second secret tier list. Oh, wife and daughter go on that kind of protag? Yeah. Yep. Some of these don't count as bad games. So Gollum got here on accident. And this one is for the games I played on Tuesdays. Specifically rabbit hole games. So not all bad, but we'll see. Oh, I played Station to Station this year. This is a little railroad puzzle game. It's got cute little voxel graphics. And it works the opposite to how you might think. Normally in a railroad game, you want to make sure that all of your trains have like, the ideal is they all have their own lines so that they don't like slow each other down. Yeah, it did. Yeah, it really did come out in 2023. Normally in these kind of train games, you want to make sure that your routes are as efficient as possible to move as much product between places. This one's not really the case. It gives you bonuses if you put down one track that connects more things. The more things you connect with a single track, the higher your bonus is. It's all multiplicative. So the idea is that you'd connect one whole area and another whole area and make sure that none of those connect to make product yet. And then you connect the two of those and it gives you the bonuses for all of the stuff going to one side and all of the stuff going to the other side and that kind of stuff. And it's really cool. I really like it. I'm gonna put this low A tier. I had a lot of fun playing this one. It's got some really challenging levels. It's got some really cute mechanics to it. There's like little cards too, that like make rails cheaper, or bridges cheaper or things like that to encourage you to use, specific like constructions and stuff like that. I don't know. It's a very, very fun little game. I played Star Wars Jedi Survivor and I really liked it. I really liked it actually. I'm gonna put this like up here. I actually really dug this game. This one was pretty cool. Totally forgotten game this year with everything else that was great that came out. So the thing is, I fucking hate Star Wars. I don't care about Star Wars. But, this game, one, lets you dress your character up a lot of different ways. You know, a lot of different costumes. That was cool. Did you play it close to release? Yes, on PlayStation. I didn't play it on PC, so... I hear this is that, but a lot more. A lot more. So I really like, you can customize your character quite a bit. Not entirely, but you get to play dress up, which is fun. You can customize your blaster, and you can customize your lightsaber, and there's so many options. They're so good. They're really cool. It's really fun to do, actually. How was the performance? It was fine. It was like 30 frames per second locked, even on performance. It runs much better now than it used to. There were some like hitches and stuff, but it wasn't bad. It wasn't as bad as the PC release. But this game, so the first game lets you use single-bladed lightsaber for single enemies. Double-bladed lightsabers are better at multiple enemies for like crowd control. And then you get special attacks where you do double lightsabers. In this one, you get to choose two styles from double lightsaber, single lightsaber, double-bladed lightsaber, hilted lightsaber, which is the big greatsword one where you're two-handing it, and blaster and lightsaber. And let me tell you, those last two are so much fun. Oh my god. They're like a ton of fun. It's got parry-based combat, which is a little soulsy, and it feels good to play. The environments are very Metroidvania-y, where you can come back when you have better powers. Yes, the blaster parry is so fucking cool. It's basically, if you've played a Yakuza game, and you got the tiger drop, the Komeki tiger drop, it's basically that, but with a blaster. If you press the blaster shoot them button right before they hit you, it just kills them. It feels really good. Where's my lightsaber spear? Maybe in the next game, who knows? But yeah, Jedi Survivor is great, and I really like that it's one of the few Star Wars pieces of media that feels like it's got a history to it. Like for instance, it's during the Empire era. So the Empire's running around, they're controlling everything, but the planet you're on has a bunch of raiders who are using like battle droids and technology from the Clone Wars. Because they just abandoned a bunch of Clone Wars dropships and stuff. So the raiders you're up against reprogrammed a bunch of battle droids to be pirates. There's a bunch of battle droids that are acting like they're like Fallout raiders. And that's cute. I like that. I think that's actually cute. Huh. Alright, what else we got? Talos Principle 2 is really good. I'm gonna put it like, oh, you know what? I'm gonna put it like, I'm gonna put it like here. It probably deserves to be a little bit higher, but that's okay. I was not expecting this to pick up where Talos 1 leaves off. I did play Talos 2. And it's fucking great. It's super good. I really liked it. Some of the puzzles are pretty mind-bending. They don't get nearly as hard as Talos Principle 1's DLC. The DLC for 1 got way too hard for me. But this one all felt really manageable, and I really liked it. Yeah, good puzzle game. Very cool. It's got a lot more variety to it than the first one. I really like some of the new mechanics. It's really good. Must have been when my sleep schedule was messed up. Oh no, I played it off stream. I'm sorry. I didn't play that one on stream. I don't know why. I probably should have. I probably should have waited. It's a cool game though. It's really cool. I also played The Invincible, which is based on a 1968 Polish sci-fi novel. Who is your fave robot? Oh, that's a great question. I would need to refresh my memory on that. Let me get back to you. There's a couple that I really like. But I'm sort of on the side of things where...
More Stanislav Lem games, please.
Agreed. I definitely came down on the side of we should 100% be using new technology, but also trying not to repeat the mistakes of the past. But that's me. The Invincible is really good. I'm going to put it pretty high up. I'm going to put it like up here. It's Firewatch in space. Did you like Firewatch? This is a pretty similar sort of game. You wander around, you have conversations over the radio. It's very, very cool. Stanislav Lem basically created the concept of nanobots with this novel. Yes, but they called them microbots, I think. Yeah, it's really good. Build up to something that turns out to be not much. I think Firewatch gets a bad rap for that. I actually really like Firewatch. But maybe I should talk about that during a Firewatch stream. Because that game is not... Firewatch almost seems like a mystery story. And it's not. It's a character drama. It's weird. It's an excellent 2-hour conversation between two people. Exactly, yes. Which is awesome about it. Yeah, it's wild. I loved it. But it's not a mystery. Even though it kind of bills itself like it's gonna be. It's not. The Invincible is like that, but a little more sci-fi than being a story about people the way the Firewatch is, if that makes sense. And it's quite good. I really like it. The branching stories are super cool. I wish it was...
Are amazing also.
I totally agree. I wish it was maybe an hour shorter and a little less glitchy, and then it would be perfect. But it's quite good. Let me see. I'm gonna put Terra Nil, like maybe up here. I really liked Terra Nil. This one's great. It's a little puzzle game where you are given a barren wasteland and you have to make an ecosystem in it. It's like a city builder in reverse, where you have to build a bunch of buildings that create a self-sustaining environment, and then you have to get rid of all your buildings. I beat Terra Nil, I did. And once you beat it, you can go back and there's like harder levels, which are interesting, very difficult in places. I like that one. I also really liked Wo Long, Fallen Dynasty.
Yo, 1.5 years.
Yo, Boltzmann, thank you so much for the 1.5 years. Oh my goodness. Heck. It's an isometric square map? Yes. Wo Long's great. The DLCs have been kind of meh. The end game, New Game Plus, and the DLCs are meh. Which is one thing that keeps me from loving it as much as Neo. What's your pronouns? I use he, she, or they. In that order. Hey, Snowy, how you doing? I'm gonna put Wo Long pretty high. Like, it's a darn good action game. It's not a fantastic RPG. It's a bit like Sekiro in that regard, where it's like more parry-based and less build-based than Neo. Yeah. Neo's about like loot and builds and like RPG mechanics. It's very crunchy and that's great. Wo Long is more of an action game, RPG light. And it's not bad in any regard. I really liked it. Do I identify as gender fluid? I identify as gender queer. We get a really cool flag. Boyang. 400 parries in the stats by the time I finish level 1. Oh my goodness. Alright, and then we got Void Stranger, and I don't know where I'm going to put this one, because it's some people's, like, best game of the year, and I thought it was fine. I'm sorry. It's good. It's good. It's fine. I'm gonna put it like here. I'm gonna put it like there. All right. It wasn't for me because like I think Sokoban puzzles are fine. They're a type of puzzle. I can totally enjoy them. My problem was I wasn't getting invested in any of the story going on, which is my problem. That's a me problem. So far, the characters and the cutscenes were very anime, and I have a very low tolerance for that. That's gonna be a me thing. Out of the fun list, yes. Oh. Okay. I think this is a good list. I think this is alright. I think this is fine. Played the fuck out of Mulana. Yeah, I haven't played La Mulana at all. What do you mean by anime? Do you mean gross underage stuff? No, not specifically. Just like anime in general. I don't know how to describe it. I'm sure you know what I mean. Like, my limit is like Phoenix Wright. Phoenix Wright is the most anime I can get. But like once it crosses the line into like Danganronpa, I'm out. I'm out. I can't do it anymore. I don't know if that makes any sense. I still don't know if I would like 999. Cause like it seems like the sort of game that I would really enjoy, but also I'm terrified to try it. Cause I'm like, what if it's just a little bit too anime? I just don't know. If it ended 30% earlier. My favorite game of the year, but it just goes on longer than it should have. It's less La Milano than I hoped. Yeah, like I was playing Void Stranger for like, gosh, how much time did I put into this? Probably about 10 hours, maybe? I'm pretty slow when I'm playing stuff on stream. So like that's probably not a proper metric. Most people would probably take like 5 hours to reach that point at most. But like I was waiting for it to do something. I was waiting for it to get meta or weird or something like that, the way that Inscription does, like almost right away, or the way that Pony Island does immediately, or the way that Tunic does as soon as you find a page of the instruction manual, when you just go, oh my god, this game is not what I thought it was. Or like, oh my god, this game is way deeper than I thought it was. You know, the moment when you find out, like, oh my god, in Tunic, there's a button that they just don't tell you about. And as soon as you find it in the instruction manual, you're like, oh my god. This is more game than I was expecting. You know what I mean? Like that moment where it grabs you and goes, you haven't seen shit yet. And Void Stranger had not done that yet. I felt like way too far into the game and it has not grabbed me and gone, I'm going to do something special now. You know? I hope that makes sense. I guess that makes sense. It was just a slower burn. Maybe I'd have fun if I played it off stream. So here's my Tuesday games. I'm gonna use the washroom and grab some more water real quick. Y'all make sure you hydrate. And I'll be right back. Just a minute or two. Hello, good evening. How you doing? I did not realize this was going to take so long. I figured out I'm very opinionated about games, apparently. Okay, so this is not the bad game list. This is the Tuesday game list. Games I have played for the rabbit hole. You opinionated about games? I will have the worst opinion about games. I did also talk for 30 minutes about Starfield, and I'm sorry, and it'll never happen again. I got it out of my system. I'm going to save the VOD, and that way, anytime I mention Starfield, I can just point at the VOD and be like, if you want to know my opinion, you can go watch that. And that's it. And then I'm done. And then I'm done. I was unaware of Tuesdays. On Tuesdays, I do something called the Rabbit Hole, where I play games that are weird, bad, totally forgotten, bizarre stuff I can find. Things that I think might be interesting. I wanted excuses to play these kind of games.
Talk about Kingdom Hearts ever again. I mean Starfield.
You know what? You know what I asked Ian for the holidays? Is one of those like laser hair removers that you can get for like to use at home. We got like a pretty decent one. It was like on sale. And so I'm gonna give that a try. Because if that works, that would be awesome if I could get rid of all of my hairs. Yeah, you can get home versions of those. So you don't have to go to the salon and get like laser hair removal. You can do it like, yeah, I would like to be smooth. And if I can do that, then I'd feel really less bad about being on camera on stream. Is that laser or IPL? IPL. Yeah, I will give it a review. But yeah, there's a little IPL thing. You just put it on your face and it goes. It's very different to laser. Okay, it is different. But it's semi-permanent hair removal. Which is like, yes, I want that. I would like that. Not quite the same as pro treatment, but yeah, it does exist work. Okay, cool. Good. And yes, eye protection is important. But yeah, if I could smooth my face and arms and legs and body and everything, then maybe I'll do like a maid stream again. That'd be fun. Don't use higher settings right away. Of course, yeah. But that would be nice. I could do more on-camera stuff. Oh. I just don't like that even if I shave, it's like my skin is dark, because like I've got like dark hair, but like light skin. No. Blech. Huh. Follicles, yeah. Huh. Yeah, I don't like that. Apparently it's pretty good for IPL though. Apparently that's the good stuff. That's what you want, because it like targets the follicles based on them being dark. Beamed zapped eventually. Yeah, I also just hate my body hair. I feel so bad about it. Yuck. Oh. All right. So, what did I play this year for Tuesday? And how are we going to rank them? All right, let's start with D2. These are not in order that I played them. I don't remember the order that I played these in. I kind of remember the order I played these in. I don't really remember the order. Black Dahlia was last year. game explores elements of gender dysphoria. So I'm going to put this in Trashterpiece. This is absolutely like, why don't people talk about this game more? This game's amazing. This D2 has a lot of downtime before it gets like super weird, but even the opening cutscene's pretty good. It's pretty good. It kind of just starts out right out the bat with like the plane hijacking and the guy yelling like, "Shadow, the ultimate destroyer, Shadow." And that stuff's hilarious. And then later on, like, a guy gets his head bit off by a lady's vagina, and I love that. I love to see that happen. That's in all my favorite media. And that was cool. That story is just fucking wild. Is that the quote for that? I did peek the mic pretty hard. I laughed so hard at this game. The gameplay is a bit of a weak point. There's a lot of downtime in between cutscenes, but all of the cutscenes are so fucking good. I loved it. I love this game. Highly recommend. Oh my gosh. Oh. Damn. There's a boss that's like a mechanical pregnant lady. It turns out your main character is a clone of an angel that they found inside a woolly mammoth. Like, what the fuck? Weird. Weird. Just weird. Oh. And then the end credits? Okay. They do all that. And there's like zombies running around and shit. And then the end credits are...
Did the mammoth or the angel? Are angels into both?
The end credits is a bunch of B-roll of like life on Earth. It's like historical B-roll of like forests to dinosaurs to like human civilization. They put Hitler right next to Martin Luther King on this timeline. And then after the credits, it's like the Earth is this distance from the sun. The albedo is this amount. The world's population in 2024 will be this much. And then it goes... And then it starts giving facts about AIDS. For like a minute. There's like 4 or 5 slides that are like, how many deaths occurred because of AIDS? And it's like, why? Why is this game like this? It's really weird. Out of fucking nowhere. What a bizarre game. I loved it. I highly recommend go and watch that VOD if you enjoy that sort of thing. Bizarre. Got the attention deficit real bad, yeah.
Kenji Ina believes he is Hideo Kojima, and it's great.
It's great. It's so good, yeah. Jeez. Bizarre. Speaking of bizarre, Drowned God. I could fix it. I can fix it. Drowned God's a weird one. It is a Myst-like 3D environments, point and click, like puzzle solving gameplay. Yeah, I don't know, Sub Boss. I have no idea. I don't know why it's in there. It's very weird. Except the person who wrote, produced, and directed it, is an actual conspiracy theorist. Like, he wrote the game that includes a bunch of conspiracy theories, including the theory that aliens are combining human and animal DNA to create manimals. like really Alex Jones shit. And he genuinely believes that, which is fine. Except the weirdest thing is that he based the script off of a forged document that he made trying to scam people into believing it was written in the 1600s. And, like, proves that aliens are responsible for the pyramids and shit like that. Like, he... Weird. I don't remember Entropy. I really hope not. But maybe. Jeez. Huh. So somebody on Discord sent me this making of Drowned God making of video, which calls it a role-playing adventure game. Bold. Fucking bold. I guess there are thought-provoking puzzles. I was provoked. Wait. Okay. I just need to watch a little bit of this.
Conspiracy people who are like, I'm having an awful lot of trouble finding convincing evidence of my crackpot theories. Maybe I should fabricate some.
Absolutely, yes. National phenomenon. Mass market this game has such mass market appeal. Hauntingly beautiful 3D graphics. Just look. It's haunting, all right. Oh yeah. The papyrus font is killing me. Oh my god. 40 hours of intense. It did not take me 40 hours to finish this game. Fuck no. Hell no. Hell no. No way. Intense trade and consumer exposure. High visibility as Microsoft Showcase title. Invest now. In-store merchandising, national events, extensive online promotion and giveaways. Check out inscape.com/drownedgod for what I'm sure is a porn site now. The conspiracy. History is a lie. This is amazing. This is fucking wild.
Mystery of...
Okay.
The game is about an alternative interpretation of the history of mankind. The whole mystery...
This is the guy I was talking about. This is Henry Horse or whatever his name is.
The mystery of Drowned God is based on Atlantis and the position of these star constellations that form the same constellation as the Giza pyramids, the ground layout.
I'm sorry, the what?
And the position of these star constellations that form the same constellation as the Giza pyramids, the ground layout.
It's a puzzle.
Of course.
Basically, it...
Have a good night, Daniel. Oh my goodness. Yeah, absolutely. What is this guy doing down there? Who is that guy?
The whole thing is unlocking a gigantic secret.
Sure.
And the game is thought about as a long crescendo from near ignorance into initiation and a new knowledge, which is genuine. You leave the game significantly with more between your ears and in your heart, maybe, than you had when you started it.
That's true. That was my experience with the game. I left with more between my ears. It was cum. It was cum. There was cum. Oh my god. What is this fucking game? As you do. How could the aliens do that to poor Bud? I think Drowned God's great. What a game. What a video game. David Lynch was a scary racist instead of a compelling surrealist. Kinda, yeah. Kinda. Concerned about your oral fixation, don't be. It's what big Banui ears are for. Alright. Echo Knight is not even bad. That game's actually just good. It's not even bad. I really liked it. It was very chill. I'm excited to be playing the sequel. What a cool little first-person adventure game on the PS1. It was a little unusual. It had some laugh-out-loud moments, but it's pretty fucking cool. Great looking game for the PS1 too. Like, gosh. I'm probably gonna put the Looker in here too. Some of these puzzles are kind of cute. And they really got me with that ending. They did it. They bamboozled me. That ending big got me. I really liked it. It was fun. A fun little game. I did complain because I do think that people shit on The Witness unfairly as being pretentious. But I do think there are interesting things that game is saying. However, it was cute. Good little parody game. Didn't mind it. Then we've got the Lomst game. I don't know where to put this. Oh, I'm missing a category, actually. I missed a category. Well, this one. Here we go. I had a different category last year. I'm sorry. This is probably the worst one you can be. This game is a little bit boring. It's a little bit dull. It is, God, I love Lost, the show. The video game is kind of dull. TBH. I didn't love it. It just says lust. That would not be as boring. It was really short. It was just a cash-in, you know. The ending doesn't make any sense. Because it seems to imply like time travel or something. Like a time loop. Even though that's not a thing that happens. Or can happen by the rules of time travel in the show. Like the show has relatively understandable rules. And I don't think that fits into them. It's very weird. The Medium is going in this tier. Fuck this game. Fuck it. Fuck this game. Fuck the people who made it. Not all of them. But definitely the writer and director. God, I hate Bloober Team. I'd only heard about the ableism. Like, unjustified. Thank you so much for the follow, my fur and whiskers. Like, this game is mostly just like the ableism and also the really crass use of the Holocaust as a plot point. That's not good. Don't do that. However, this studio, yeah, there's the massive ableism, there's the Holocaust stuff, and then there's the really weird way it handles pedophilia. Like, really weird. Like, putting you in first person as the pedophile who's being killed. Like, you're supposed to sympathize with them. It's really weird. I don't like it. I don't like it. I didn't like the game. I disliked it. It's going in homophobic tier, though, because it was made by Bloober Team. They also made a really transphobic part in their game Observer. Fuck that. I need to make a little video about that. I don't see a lot of people talking about that. I need to make a video about that, because I feel like a lot of people miss that. But yeah, they're fucking hacks. Ugh. Ugh. So it's going down here. Because even if the game's not literally homophobic, it is spiritually. Observer? I thought the Amnesia team made it. Nope. Nope, that was Bloober. God, and now they're gonna make Silent Hill 2 remake. Good. Yeah, it's super fucked. Yeah, I hate it. Okay. So what about Silent Hill Orphan, the mobile phone game? Huh. I think... Seemed boring, honestly. It was kind of boring. Who the fuck is Karen? Oh, she's Alessa's secret sister? Or something? What game is this? Silent Hill Orphan. The first of 3 Orphan games for mobile phones. Weird. Weird? Weird. What a weird game. What a weird game. Thank goodness somebody ported this to Doom. I was able to stream and play this because somebody ported it as a Doom WAD. Which is amazing. That's cool. That's rad. I love that. Terrible game though. Fucking awful. I'm gonna put this... I'm probably gonna put this in boring. I find it more interesting than the Lost game. It's got a little more going on. Plus, every time I tell somebody it exists, they're like, what the fuck? Why? So that's cool. What about the Rocky Interactive Horror Show? Oh god, I know where I'm gonna put this. Oh no, I know where I'm gonna put this. Oh shit. Oh no, 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 no. I can't. I don't want to. But I have to. There was a Rocky Horror PC game. A licensed Rocky Horror game. And I think I have to put it in homophobic. I think this game is homophobic. Oh no. Alas, it is true. Brad and Janet escape the mansion at the end of the game with their heterosexuality intact. Bad end. You can't do that. You missed the point of the movie. You can't do that. How do you do that? Yeah, I played this on Halloween and finished it. I think the game is interesting. It's at least unique. Yeah, Richard O'Brien was involved. And Christopher Lee narrates. And like, I think it sucks. I think it sucks that Brad and Janet just leave the mansion completely heterosexual. That's so weird. You can't do that. Huh. Bizarre. What else do we got? I think we had some really good ones this year. Gothos is also a trashterpiece. More people need to play this game. Well, maybe not play this game. More people need to know that this game exists. Kind of the fallout of them being able to beat Frank, which video game players get upset if they can't actually win. Yeah, maybe. I guess. You the man. Not the I'm gonna introduce Ty to this. I think I'm gonna get Ty Tuesday to play this game. This is great. Gothos is a point-and-click, first-person adventure game, which is clearly just a bunch of people in a vampire LARP group who filmed themselves and made a video game out of it. It's really cute. It's super cute. Yeah. The giant spider on the bar that says vampires only. Oh, it's so good, yeah. Oh my goodness. It was so good we added a not in the bar redeem for fucking tips. Oh, still proud of it. Vampire the Masquerade via community theater? Kind of, yeah. Yeah. It's super cute. Oh. I think Michigan Report from Hell also needs to go in here. And I think in that order... Yeah, I think in that order. Michigan Report from Hell is, I think, a better game than D2. And just as weird. But not as bad. Thank you. Thank you, Entropy. My goodness. You got 2 meats. Yeah, that's true. D2 is maybe a little bit weirder. Not in terms of content, but in terms of context, I guess. Michigan Report from Hell is trying to be pretty weird and succeeding. I don't know if D2 realizes that it's as weird as it is. I don't know if that makes sense. Yeah, Michigan's great though. What a weird game that does not take place in Michigan. It takes place in Chicago. Made by a Japanese team. The second piece of weird Japanese fiction I can name that takes place in Chicago, right after Gunsmith Cats. You've seen Grimbeard's video? I have not. I'll look that up. Oh yeah, Chicago, Michigan. Yeah. Next we've got Nightlong, Union City Conspiracy? I feel like this one's not even bad. I feel like this one's not even bad. I don't know. Y'all can maybe disagree with this, but like, the voice acting's pretty good. The story's all right. Yeah, true Phoenix. But like, it's pretty interesting. It's the one with the mutants. No. That's Tex Murphy. That one's down here. Nightlong was like the 3D animated one where Spare Pokem, thank you for the follow, my fur and whiskers. There was like a zoo that takes up the middle portion of it for an interminably long time. It did have a fuse puzzle. Yeah, there's a bunch of weird item puzzles. The game starts out in like an apartment building, and then you go into the city streets, and then you have to chase somebody out of a basement with a remote controlled rat. And then you go to the zoo, and then for some reason you wind up in the subways. And then you go to an island where the bad guys have built their base. Very strange. Very strange. No, that's Gothos. Yeah, I feel like people don't remember this one very well. I remember this one quite a bit. And I think that it wasn't even bad. I actually just quite enjoyed it. Okay, so where does Torrente go? Torrente 3, El Protector. I can't call it a trashterpiece because I could not play that much of it. Honestly, I think it's a bit of a dumpster fire. Homophobic? You know what? I bet if we let Torrente talk more, it would have been. Honestly. He's got to say something homophobic eventually, right? Like, 100% chance. Oh my god. I couldn't even play it for that long. I really couldn't. It's just a really bad Grand Theft Auto ripoff based on a really weird movie. Bizarre. Alright, so Stray Souls goes down here too, though, right? I think this might have been worse than the medium. I'm not 100% on that. The medium's a better game, but with worse politics. This one's pretty bad, though. I can't believe the gun was racist. I can't believe they just put documents in the game that are like the elevator pitch for the game. They took stuff from off the back of the box and they just put it on a document in the game. They're like, in the world of Stray Souls, you play as blank, blank, blank. And that's a document you pick up in the game. That's fucking horrible. That's so dumb. Also, this studio shut down, which I've got mixed feelings about. Because like, was it the director of this game? It might have been the owner of the studio. Liked a bunch of transphobic shit on Twitter. And was just a huge bigot. And fuck that guy. So I'm okay with him losing his job. But also, I'm worried that there's like programmers and artists and just people who are just doing their job that are also out of work because of it. And that sucks. But also the game is shit. It's shit terrible. It's fucking garbage. It's a minimum viable product made out of purchased assets. And like, it's terrible. It's terrible. Was there an actual artist on the team? I don't actually know. But, like, you know what I mean. Ugh. I don't think the industry actually lost any talent. You might be right. I just feel bad about people losing their jobs in general. I don't know. Especially in the games industry where it's just happening too much. I'm just too sensitive to it because so many people got laid off after working on like some of the best games of this year. And that just upsets me so much. You know what I mean? You know what I mean. Yeah, in Stray Souls, they give you what looks like a gold deagle made out of M1911 parts. Except they say that it used to be... It's a sacred item that used to be the Derringer that John Wilkes Booth used to kill Abraham Lincoln, that they modified over time using holy artifacts to make into a gun that kills monsters. It's so stupid. The gun is racist. Which is like, why did they do that? Why did they do that? They didn't need to do that. They probably shouldn't have done that. Stupid. Yeah, Ship of Theseus gun. Yeah, I don't know. I don't get it. I don't know why they made that. Why they made that game. So, Under a Killing Moon. I can't really put it in Trashterpiece. I can't. It's actually just good. I'm gonna put this at the top of not bad. It's not bad. It's great. It's actually pretty good. It had me worried a couple times. But yeah. I liked it. They turned Rocky Horror Picture Show into a homophobic game. So, it's in that tier because at the end of the Rocky Horror game, Brad and Janet just leave the mansion with their heterosexuality intact without even questioning it. And that's not good. I feel like they misunderstood the assignment. You know what I mean? I feel like it has to go there. Because they should definitely be bi at that point. Like, ugh. Yes, I will play another Tex Murphy game this year. I'm going to do that, yeah. Thought it would turn phobic, but it went in the opposite direction, if I recall. Yeah, there were a couple people with, like, accents where I was like, oh, I'm really worried about this. And, like, one of the characters is, like, a First Nations actor playing a shapeshifter, and I was like, oh, this could be really bad if there's, like, certain elements involved. Like, this could go poorly, but it didn't, actually. It actually just was pretty reasonable and pretty good all around. And, yeah. Tex Murphy Under a Killing Moon. Kind of liked it. Kind of enjoyed it. Yeah, the save. And then the biggest dumpster fire I played was probably Lord of the Rings Gollum. Lord of Ring Gollum. Serbian Poly. Or something. I feel like Brad and Janet should be questioning their orientation. They should be, like, questioning their presuppositions, be like, oh, you know, we've been told our whole lives that we have to, you know, grow up and get married and have kids and all this stuff. Like the song in the beginning, the Damn It Janet thing, like they're told all these assumptions about how people should live their lives and you should want that picket fence and that 2.5 children and whatever, right? And then when they leave the mansion, I feel like their world has been so upended that they begin to question all of that sort of thing. Like their questions about monogamy and about sexuality and about just the culture. It's their like impetus to start reanalyzing their suppositions, you know? And I think that's a necessary part of Rocky Horror. If you don't have that, if Brad and Janet just leave the mansion and go, wow, that was weird, can't wait to get married, then, I don't know. You know? Like, It feels like they missed the point. So, like, I'm not saying that, like, Brad Majors would wind up gay. Or even bi. But, like, that they should be examining their notions. Oh.
Send Gollum to hell.
Oh, it's in there. Oh, it's in the dumpster fire. They got a wise Janet Weiss. Yeah. Get a little freaky with it. Of course. Yeah, Gollum barely ran on my computer. One of these days I'll play it, I'm sure, on stream. More than like 10 minutes. What's the Shadow Realm for? So the Shadow Realm, 2 years ago, we put Shadow the Hedgehog there, I think. I banished Shadow the Hedgehog to the Shadow Realm. And then the year after that, I think we put another Sonic game in there. I was just like, this is a Sonic game, send it to the Shadow Realm. I couldn't... Oh, I think Sonic Dreams Collection went here. I don't think we had any Shadow Realm games this year. Could we put 06 in there? I mean, I did play 06 this year. Again. I mean, it wasn't the first time I played it, but I guess I did play it this year. By all technicalities. Alright. Okay, you know what? You sold me. Alright, you've convinced me. Didn't make it to the normal tier list. Nothing I play on Tuesday goes there. All of my Tuesday games are on the same list. Let's see. Sanic. Sanic goes in the Shadow Realm. There we go. And also the Silver Realm. When Sonic Unleashed. Oh god. Oh jeez. I'm gonna need to play that eventually. I actually haven't. I just haven't played Unleashed. I really never have. Can we banish Jacob from the island to the Shadow Realm too? I heard the day sections are great, just a mixed bag of a game. Yeah, I hear the same. Alright. This looks pretty good to me. Played a lot of homophobic games this year. I was not expecting that. When did we make this category? I grabbed all the categories from the ones we did last year and the year before. Like, I keep the same categories. I think I added Dumpster Fire this year. Clive Barker's Jericho. Oh, that's a really good point. That's a really good point. It might have been for Jericho. I think Harvester wound up there. But, like, yeah, I think that might have been right. Dang. It might have been Jericho. That's a game that I stopped playing because it was fucking homophobic. It was like Pride Month, and they made a fucking like lesbophobic joke in it. And I was like, well, I'm out. I'm gonna play Lair instead. Yeah, gross. Fucking gross. I think it was for Limbo. Oh, Limbo of the Lost? That might have been there too. They do drop an F slur in that game. Jeez. I think Harvester was last year. Yeah, I think Harvester wound up on last year's tier list. He has a character's name. Yep. Setting for a game with the words Clive Barker on it. So Switch, yes. However, I'm not gonna say that it's how do I put this? It is not strictly uncommon for a cis gay man to be lesbophobic. Gonna be honest. That is a thing that happens sometimes. And something that is not surprising. So, well, yes, I agree. Ugh. Hi, Liz. Oh my goodness. Yeah, Liz, I did all the games I played this year. And all the Tuesday games. It's so cursed. I had to. I didn't want to, but I had to. Unfortunately, I see it a lot in the community here. Yeah, it's unfortunate. It should not be the case. But, yeah. Yeah. Cis gay men that are extremely misogynist. You mean James Somerton? And yes. That's an example. All right. Can I see the other list? No. No. I don't want to show it to you. You're gonna get mad. No. No, you're gonna get mad. I'm sorry. D2 is an amazing game. It's so good. Yes, Liz. Show me where you put Void Stranger. It's right here. It's next to Hades. It's as good as Hades. Going good, Lucas. How are you? No. It's not that bad. Okay. Okay, good. Everyone was acting like you put it in D. Oh God, no. No, that's reserved for games that I think are bad. I don't think Void Stranger's bad. I just... I think I put my finger on Void Stranger. I think I put my finger on what it is. And it's pretty early on. When you're playing Tunic, it's when you find the first page of, like, the instruction manual. In Inscription, it's the first time that, like, the game pulls you away from the board and makes you walk around the room to go grab the candle. But there's usually a moment really early in those games where the game grabs you and it goes, "You think this is the game? You ain't seen shit. You ain't seen shit. This game's got way more than you think going on." It's when you, like, notice this game's got way more depth going on, right? And it just grabs you and it goes, "You ain't seen shit yet." And I was waiting for Void Stranger to do that. And I didn't get there. I didn't play it long enough to get there. It has that? Yeah. But like I said, I just didn't get there. Nina! Oh my goodness. Hello. Welcome the heck on in, Raiders. It's great to see you. Oh my gosh. How are y'all? I'm just tier listing some games I played this year. How are y'all? Feel free to challenge me on any of these, that's okay. Plan is unfolding perfectly. Quasi, was this your fault? Is this your fault? Discovered one of those moments so early it didn't even feel like that kind of thing. Second or third go around. Okay, got it. Oh. One might like La Mulana. I might. I don't know. I just don't know. I might. Gosh. I played a lot of games this year. I feel like I played a lot of games this year. Nina, what were you up to today? And did you have a good time doing it? Gosh. Need people to help make the argument that Cyberpunk isn't S tier? That's gonna be a tough sell for me. Because I really, really like it. Like, I really like it. Casually does the biggest surprise you could have expected? Interesting. I'd have to check that one out. Friedkey, thank you for the follow, my fur and whiskers. Well, hello, y'all. I'm Bun, or Lucky, or Paige, whichever you prefer. I play some, weird, bizarre, sometimes bad games on Tuesday, which is what this tier list is. All the weird games I played on Tuesday this year. But I also like puzzle games and horror games and stuff like that. So I do a little bit of those, and I just stream from Wonderland every once in a while. Just wrecked someone in a debate. At the end after being pulverized and getting back up repeatedly. Well, I think I won this point. Crad. Winterwolf, thank you for the follow, my fur and whiskers. Hierarchical lists are not punk. You know what? True. We do need to dismantle unjust hierarchies. That would be the anarchist thing to do. However, Cyberpunk really isn't that punk. That is my biggest complaint with it. It's not actually that punk. It's too cop friendly? Yes. Although, yes and no. I want to say yes and no. There are, So I do have problems in the way that it portrays both cops and crime. One of which is, it's really stupid when people portray a future like they thought the 1980s was gonna have. Like back in the 80s, they were like, oh, in the future, there's gonna be no law. Gangs are gonna run the streets. Criminals are gonna be everywhere. Doing drugs in the middle of the day. And like, whatever, right? Where it's like, oh, big spikes in crime all over the place. Despite the fact that crime is going down and has been since the early 1900s. But like, it's a very conservative argument, of course, yes. It's very neoliberal. It's very, well, as soon as we got access to 24-hour cable, we started hearing about more crimes. Therefore, there is more crime happening. And it's dumb. It's stupid. And it's not true. It's just lies. And it's unfortunate that Cyberpunk kind of plays into that because it wants to portray a future where corporations have dismantled law to the point where crime is so prevalent. It's kind of dumb, and I don't love that. Because, like, every third mission is like, oh, people filming snuff films, or like stuff like that. And it's like, is there really that much demand? Is there really that much demand, do you think? You think people are going to be buying those that often? Really? I don't know. I can't see it. So that's silly and dumb. However, I do want to tell you one thing, which is most of the time when you meet cops in Cyberpunk, they are corrupt, antagonistic, they fucking hate you. There is one decent cop that you can date who gets booted off the force for trying to do the right thing almost immediately. The one cop that you are friends with is no longer a cop after the first mission. And in Cyberpunk Phantom Liberty, in the Phantom Liberty expansion, there is a mission to go and rescue 2 cops because they were doing a drug deal for a guy, and somebody, like a criminal that they were arresting, swallowed the drugs that they were supposed to be selling. So they cut the guy open, and his body is just strewn about the place, and they're just complete and total fuck-ups. And the entire mission is, oh my god, why did you guys do this, you stupid assholes? And then the criminals show up and they're like, why the fuck would you do that? Jesus. Like, everybody is just nothing but criticism for these stupid douchebags. So, like, the game has you doing missions for cops in that there is crime around and you solve the crime. I would hesitate to call Cyberpunk pro-cop. I would really hesitate to call it propaganda in any regard. So like, yes and no. Faltering May, thank you for the follow, my fur and whiskers. Against cyberpunk being a punk genre, and I've never heard that before. Oh my goodness. I don't think Cyberpunk 2077 is very good at being punk, because unfortunately, at the end of the day, they don't let you criticize Johnny Silverhand for the thing that he should be criticized for. Because Johnny Silverhand is like the dumbest kind of anarchist. I want to offer promotion of your channel viewers. Oh, chatbots. Oh, awesome. Cool. Thank you so much. Thank you, Phoenix. Great. I love viewbots. My favorite. Jesus fucking Christ. Are you sure all those crimes aren't just like the pirates in Starfield? No. No, I'm not. Which is why I would hesitate to call Cyberpunk 2077 punk. I hear the term propaganda a lot. Is there a good example for my non-American brain? Yes, I got one for you. So there's a show called Law and Order. Yeah, there you go. Okay. So the show Law and Order is such brain poison that people who are asked to go on jury duty can be tampered with based on whether or not they've watched the show. People who have watched Law and Order or enjoy Law and Order are less likely, statistically, to a demonstrable degree, to side against the police. Because the show portrays police investigations as nothing but relatively perfect. They portray evidence as incontrovertible. They portray public defenders and defense attorneys in general as scheming, manipulative bastards. It's gross. The John Oliver segment on it is very good. Would recommend. So I would say anything like that is how bad propaganda gets. And if that's the bottom of the barrel, Cyberpunk 2077 is very far from it. It's not anti-cop in the way that I would like it to be, but I would hesitate to put it in the same, to tar it with the same brush, let me say. Yes. Yeah, propaganda is any television show that tries to convince people that lie detectors are a reasonable evidence to put in court. Or like blood splatter analysis. Even fingerprinting, like, I don't know. This guy is portrayed as a tragic hero, for sure, yeah. Ugh. Need more anti-cop games that aren't shit like GTA. GTA is terrible. It's unfortunately just so cynical. Punks aren't bounty hunters that work for the police. True. True. You know what's interesting to think about in Cyberpunk 2077? Is that all of those crime missions that you can do are because the city government pays stipends to mercenaries. Basically, they find mercs in an area to take care of a crime. So the question you should be asking is, the fuck are the cops doing? What are they doing when they pay other people to go out and solve crime for them? When they send untrained mercenaries to go respond to crime, the fuck are they getting paid for? Exactly. Eating donuts, collecting taxpayer money. I don't know. There's a few things like that in Cyberpunk that I find interesting. Another one is like, okay, so Night City in Cyberpunk is really confusing in its layout. It's got streets that go nowhere, and some of them like wind all around all over themselves. There's buildings that are built over other buildings and like jutting out at weird angles and stuff like that. And what's really cool about that is that that's a fascinating example of what things might look like if there was no government red tape when it came to like building permits. Because there's a bunch of companies, like if you've got an apartment building that you're building, right? There are laws against what you can do with that building. But if there are no permits and no regulations, then like, what is stopping you from taking your apartment building that you paid for this land and then making it go up 2 stories and then just putting it out over the road? Like, you could build it out in every direction, and as long as it still takes up the same plot of land, you can only get taxed for that land, right? You only get taxed for how big the land is, not for how tall or wide your building gets. Just build it wherever. What is that? A competitor built a convenience store next to you? Build your building in front of them. Why the fuck not? It's fascinating. I don't know. It's really cool.
What the cops are doing in Cyberpunk, all the shit they're not qualified to handle today.
Maybe. So vulnerable to earthquakes. It really is. And it's in California. It's wild. 20 basement floors? Oh, for sure, yeah. Buildings eating each other like a very slow amoeba. Exactly. And that's fascinating. It's really interesting the way that... Because Cyberpunk 2077's critique of capital is a little bit toothless. And that's a problem. But, like, it also has hints that are way deeper than that. Like, it implies way more than it has on its surface, or that it says out loud. And I don't know, I just find that kind of cool. I find it fun to think about. I like it, it's a good game. Yum, yum.
Buildings without regulations just winds up like Kowloon, which itself is referenced in cyberpunky material all the time.
Yes, that's what the mega buildings are probably based on. Which are kind of cool. I don't know. They're a neat little inclusion. I think there's 10 of them in the game, but they're numbered 1 through 12. I think there's like 1 or 2 of them that just don't show up. I'm not 100% on that. Might those not just be staples of the cyberpunk genre that 2077 mindlessly included? I don't think so. Silver, thank you so much for the follow, my fur and whiskers. There's a little bit too much intentionality in the game. Especially in the environments. Because, like, so in Cyberpunk, if you've ever played it, you know how there's, those, tarot cards that are painted on walls? all over town. There's all these different tarot cards that are painted on the walls, and they're like a collectible. You can run around and grab them all. Have you thought about why that tarot card is in that area? Have you thought why you find the Empress outside of the afterlife where Rogue is? Or like when you're at the top of the roof at the end of the game, contemplating what ending you want, you can find the world on a wall next to you. Like, it's really kind of interesting. I don't know. I think the part of the game where you meet up with Takamura, and he introduces you to the other guy from Arasaka, and the Hierophant is there staring down at him. Like, I don't know. There's like, there's interesting things happening. There was thought put into this. It's not just random. I don't know. But yeah, big fan. Should have been more stuff going on with Misty. Misty gets more in the ending for Phantom Liberty. They added another ending in Phantom Liberty. And Misty shows up in it. I won't say anything else, just in case you want to go get it yourself, but I recommend it. But yeah, I'm not going to complain about more Misty. I just want more Jackie. I miss him. And T-Bug. I don't think these devs were given enough time to follow through on any of them. Yes. There's a weird amount of that game that was made without... I feel like there's so much of that game that's made without thinking that people would see it. Like, there's these really cool... I should do, like, a tour of Night City sometime, because I can point out these weird little alleyways, and, like, nooks and crannies in the city. Like, this weird trash compactor in one area, where there's just a big pit full of trash bags, and there's, like, a body down there with, like, its own, like, story and thing going on, and it's like, why would anyone find this? There's no, like, mission or anything that points you in this direction. There's just a lot of little things where it feels like nobody expected people to find this, you know? Let's do a Cyberpunk playthrough. I might as well eventually. I just really like it. Ugh. Alright, I have streamed for too long. I'm sleepy. I'm sleepy. I'm gonna post these tier lists over on Blue Sky. That's what I'm